Sorry about the slight delay. Okay, let's get into the new chapter. The boyfriend and the boyfriend. Okay then. Okay then. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Wow. I love how Umi can go from like looking really cool to really dumb in like the span of 2 seconds. Like last chapter, he didn't look very good. This chapter, he looks quite handsome. He's in room 17. Oh. And Ruka. Oh boy. Okay. Who was that just now? His name is Umi Nakano. He's pretty popular. I'm surprised you haven't heard of him with the younger crowd. Wow, you're right. He has over 30,000 followers. I don't care for an idol. I don't care for boy idols or even actors. My friends follow many though. Those guys are all shallow, don't you think? I bet a lot of you are pretty happy for that one. We're supposed to meet after this, but since he was nearby, he stopped in. He said he wanted to talk. He got in here early, apparently. Oh, you made plans? Let's keep smiling and working hard. Oh, that's what that says. I don't know. I didn't know that you had so many friends, Kazuya. Famous ones. How do you know him? Hmm. It's fine to tell her, right? No. 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 Well, he's gonna regret that. Well, we met through Mizuhara. Hmm. I knew it. Is she angry with me? Oh, I see. Hmm. Interesting. Kazuya, can you... Okay. Gah! This is so awkward. You know, from the crowdfunding that takes me back. I forgot about that. Oh, the retweet. Just because she said what she said, she doesn't want to hear about me and Mizuhara doesn't mean she's happy about it. But man, Ruka-chan, after changing into that outfit, she's on another level. She's showing more skin than before. Everything about her just looks so sexy. Because of what happened, I can't stop thinking about her. Have I changed? Or has Ruka-chan? Oh, it's Nakano-san. There's an order request from room 17. I'll take over. I'll take care of it. Sure. Okay. It's gonna take some time for me to get used to it. It's just for now. Just for now. Seriously, what's wrong with my body? Everything about her looks so attractive to me now. The guilt I feel towards Mizuhara is gonna make me lose my mind. Here it is. Did he really have to come to my workplace? Is that normal? Mommy did. Kibe did. Really? What does he want to talk about? He's famous. I'm sure he has better things to do. I want to talk with you. I think it has something to do with Mizuhara, though. I've got to make sure not to let my guard down. Coming in. Huh? Wait a sec. He's really good at singing. Okay. Why is he just singing in the room on his own? Does he like karaoke? Okay. Here's your drink, class. The drink of defeat. What's the deal with him? Come on. He rolled max on all traits. This guy's unbelievable. Give me a break. That's so funny. That's genuinely so. That's genuinely so funny. He rolled max on all traits. He's aura farming. Maybe. I mean, that's the interpretation you're supposed to get. He's like a pro. Does he take singing lessons because he's an actor? He's basically as good as Konshi Ionizo. Well, we'll have to look up who that is, because that's probably relevant somehow. Damn it, man, he's way too cool. Even when he's singing. Oh, thanks. You can leave it there. Sorry for dropping by your workplace unannounced. Oh, no problem. The trick of defeat. I just happened to find a song that I wanted to practice for one of my projects. Your hair looks great, by the way. Oh, okay. He finally commented on his hair. I see. Thanks. You're not just singing for fun, huh? Project. That sounds incredible. I mean, that makes sense. See, it's stuff like that where you wonder, okay, he's an actor. Is he lying? Or is he just showing off? Or is he actually practicing something? Because that actually sounds like a reasonable argument. It's super nice that you get to learn all these songs through a karaoke job, the popular ones. When I was working at my friend's jazz cafe, I started to buy records for myself. Wow. His talking skills are impressive. He casually I can see why he's popular. He casually compliments the other person. Very charismatic. All while offering personal information about himself to come off friendly. I love how Kazuya is like deconstructing him. He's like, Plus, he's outclassing me with the jazz cafe. His craft is very refined. You think too much. And it's funny. He says, you think too much. And I'm like, but he's right. Still, I'm on the job. We can't talk for that long. What exactly did you want to talk about after this? Oh, well, it's just about Chizuru-chan. Again, oh, interesting. You peek behind the bangs. You peek behind the bangs when he says this. Mizuhara, I knew it was about her. I was somewhat prepared for it, but I guess that means that they've met recently. Damn, I'm super curious now that he told me. Besides, what could he have to say to me? Okay, actually, we're dating now. Would you stay away from her? He might be there to declare his victory. I'm looking forward to it. Mizuhara being super cute on the phone. Calm down. But she said that she wouldn't have a boyfriend until July 11th. July 11th is for me. July 11th is for me. But that, in of itself, hearing Umikun sing blew me away. Could be a lie. It's possible. When do you get off work? Maybe about 7 o'clock. Okay, I'll wait in the restaurant around then. All right, I'll see you then. If I stay here, I'll just bother you at work. Yeah. That's quite respectful. I'm so curious now. What in the world could he want? First Venus, meeting venue. Huh? A kiss? Yeah, they're... The first time we see the play! The first time we see the play! And it's called First Venus. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Are you... Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, their tempura deserved a chef's kiss. You know, the one place that looked like a fancy restaurant in Akasaka. Oh my God. Coco-chan, your kissing scene the other day was amazing. Oh, please don't be specific. That counts as harassment, you know. Jeez, I'm so stupid. You're adorable. Wow. Wow. We haven't seen her in so long. I miss my goat. I've got to stop. Focus. Stay focused. Seriously. What could it be? To talk about Mizuhara? God, I can't help but think negatively about it. Maybe I should just go home. I don't even think I want to hear what he has to say anymore. Do you have plans for next weekend? Ruka-chan, I told you not to cling on to me. What if Umikun sees us? Stand 2 feet back. Oh, come on. It's fine. Don't be like that. Huh? Well, but it finally happened. It finally happened. The inevitable. I mean, he doesn't know what it could mean. You never know. Like, no, calm down. He doesn't know what it could mean. We also don't know what the teaser is. Umi saw a crack. Yes, a crack is a fitting way of describing this. A crack is a fitting way of describing this. Dude, it's so nice finally seeing Chizuru's play. We're starting to see some truth to what's going on. We're starting to see some truth. We didn't see the play, but this does look like a big deal, right? Like, look at how she's dressed. This is a guy we've seen before. No. Like, we're starting to get information. It's funny you mention a crack. Because we're essentially getting the same thing. We're literally essentially getting the same thing. We've had this like crack in the picture of Ruka and Kazuya in front of Umi, and now again we have this crack in the picture with Chizuru where we hadn't seen Chizuru's play at all. We just took our word for it, and suddenly we're actually seeing something, a modicum of real, right? We're seeing something that's a modicum of real. And damn, she's starting to look more and more like an actress. Wow, what is this? The teaser is a man who's too popular. Okay, so one thing we had before was like it looked like the image was blurring because when she was on the train, but that doesn't look like that's the case anymore. It seems like that was like just a weird case of like how it was drawn, not necessarily like Chizuru's forgetting it or anything. Umi thinking Kazuya is too popular with the ladies is hilarious. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, is that what's going on? Does Umi just think Kazuya is like too popular with the ladies? Like, oh, Kazuya, you must be really popular with the ladies. Because it's like, okay, well, Chizuru likes you and this girl seems to like you. You're pretty popular. Hold on a sec. Just going through Twitter, trying to see if there's anything interesting. And yet, but to sum up this chapter, yet again, we get a chapter that keeps us on the edge of our fucking seat. Yet again, a chapter that keeps us on the edge of our fucking seat. Like, it's just a big fuck me moment, you know? It's like, it's getting so interesting. It's always like, this feels so reminiscent of early parts of the series where you're getting introduced to the acting world, and it's so different, and it's so interesting, and it's so mysterious. You're so curious about the mystery. Like, we've seen this person before. We saw this dude, I'll pull it up. We saw this dude at the Tiger's Den. This guy right here, we've seen him on the Tiger's Den. So, chapter 177. Well, look who it is. It's the same dude. It is literally the same dude. Right? The same exact dude. I don't know if it's the same girl. There seem to be similarities, but I don't know if it's the same girl. And then this guy, we saw this guy like really early on. Let me find him. We saw this guy even earlier. he was there when we first saw Chizuru's play. $52.52. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Another interesting thing is that Umi's singing. The first time we meet Umi in chapter 30 and 31, there's a part where he says Chizuru's singing voice has improved because he's trying to sell her to a producer. He's trying to like tell the producer, hey, look, she's really good at this. He tells him how her singing voice has improved. And then suddenly, you literally see Umi singing and practicing. And suddenly this comes full circle because you're like, wait, Umi's actually really good at singing. So he might just actually genuinely be practicing, not necessarily showing off. Or maybe he's trying to show off. You know, that's how he knows how to do things. But that's clearly connected. That like the first time you meet Umi, he talks about being good at singing, or Chizuru being good at singing, which means he's good at singing. If you bring that back around, we've had something similar happen with Ruka, where in the past chapters, in chapter 401, before the Ruka arc starts, before chapter 402, where Ruka goes to Kazuya's place, what happens? We literally go back to Ruka's house, a house we literally have not seen since chapter 28. Again, Ruka's beginning, right? So we're getting callbacks to the beginnings and certain moments in the story in those little tiny details that you probably wouldn't even think about. Like, you wouldn't notice this stuff unless you're crazy like me. You know, this is stuff that, like, I remember because I've edited videos. So when I was editing, I've seen the pictures and the images so many fucking times that, like, I vividly recall these people. It just comes back to my fucking head. I'm like, oh, I remember who this is. Oh, I remember who this is. You know, but you wouldn't because you're more casual than me. You're not fucking crazy like me. You know, so it's tiny details like that are interesting. There's a lot of dialogue in this chapter. The chapter is filled to the brim with dialogue, and there's a lot of really interesting ideas of what's going on. It's like, why so much dialogue? And I bet a lot of people are probably going to dismiss it, but this stuff is fascinating to me. In particular, why is it called The Boyfriend and the Boyfriend? That's a really fascinating name. Why is it called The Boyfriend and the Boyfriend? That's a genuinely fascinating name, right? And that contrasted with Ruka is interesting. Is the boyfriend... Sorry, let me drink some water. Oh, rent a girlfriend mug. Got to rent a girlfriend mug. And the hoodie I'm wearing is Chizuru's hoodie. I got Chizuru's hoodie. It's a little hard to see. It is quite comfy though. Okay. The Chizuru's play name is Venus. Does that mean anything? Yes, in fact, it absolutely does. Why? Okay. Hawaiians. Chizuru is quite literally dressed as Venus, and Kazuya quite literally refers to her as Venus. Venus is the goddess of love, just as Aphrodite is, but in particular, Venus is often what women are referred to. You know, you call every woman a Venus. And Venus generally is a story, like when you think of Venus, you think of blooming love. So, and then in particular, in Roman times, Venus was associated with victory. That's a big thing. Venus, like, she's not Aphrodite, she's Venus. In particular, Venus is the goddess of victory. So there is a lot of subtle details, you know, to this idea of Venus at play here, right? You know, have you ever heard the phrase every woman is a Venus? You know, it's because every woman's supposed to be beautiful. So in this case, Venus is very deeply attached to Chizuru. whether it be the stars, flowers. So roses are inherently connected to Venus. In the Hawaiian's arc, Reiji references a painting by what's his name, Botticelli, where it's literally the birth of Venus. That's literally what it's called. It's called the birth of Venus. This is an incredibly famous painting by Sandro Botticelli. Reiji directly references this. I asked him when he was doing Fanbox streams, and he's like, "Oh, you caught that?" He literally like responded, like, "Oh shit, you caught that?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, fuck yeah." Yeah. So this particular painting is literally Venus being birthed from the water, and then she is clothed. What's interesting about the birth of Venus is that the birth of Venus in particular is fascinating because where do they go? They go to a water park. He references this in Hawaiians. They go to a water park and she's reborn from the water. Chizuru is reborn from the water, just as Venus is quite literally born from the water. And then you see like roses on her clothes and roses flying in the air because that's central to the theme of Venus. There's even like a celestial star in that like loops in a very particular way that creates like the shape of a rose. So Chizuru being inherently connected to roses, her play being called First Venus, it all fundamentally connects. Okay. So Umi is sitting down. He remembers being turned down, and in particular, Chizuru is saying, "That's where I'm at." Fascinating choice. Why 17? What's up? Let's go to chapter 17. What's up with 17? Why chapter 7? Why number 17? That's a fascinating number. Could that be Ruka's number? Right? Could that be Ruka's number? So chapter 17. Oh, what are the fucking odds? What are the fucking odds? Chapter 17 is when Kazuya runs into Chizuru and then realizes he's in love with her. And he's like, "Is this real?" Chizuru confronts him. They get into a fight. So they run into each other in front of their friends. Chizuru pushes their friends away. Chizuru notices Kazuya is acting weird. She confronts him, and Kazuya falls. And this happens. Why is this interesting? What did we compare this to? What are you doing, cat? Oh my. Okay, that's a little too specific. That's a little too specific. That number is too specific. Why? Dude. It just so happens to be the same fucking chapter as when where Kazuya and Chizuru are holding their chest in the same fucking way. What the shit? What are the odds that it's the same fucking chapter where Kazuya is like, "Do I really feel this way towards Mizuhara?" In contrast to Chizuru literally saying to Umi, this is how I feel about him. That's where I'm at. What are the odds? This is then followed by Kazuya going on a weekend trip with, oh my god. He goes on a weekend trip what does Ruka ask Kazuya at the very fucking end? Hey, do you have plans for next weekend? That the weekend, Kazuya goes with his family on a trip, and when he walks in to his room, who does he run into but Chizuru? Because their grandma's planned everything. And suddenly, Ruka is asking Kazuya, do you have plans for next weekend? Okay, then. I've got to stop, focus, stay focused. It doesn't seem like there's a kiss in the play. It doesn't seem like there's a kiss in the play, but when you hear First Venus, you think there's a kiss. Because you can't call a play First Venus and not have a kiss. You know, you can't call a play First Venus and not have a kiss. You know? So that is interesting. This girl seems to have a kiss in the play. Or not in the play. Coco-chan, your kissing scene the other day was amazing on TV. On TV. So, no, she's not in the play. There was a scene in the TV. So we've still yet to see the play, but we know the play is called First Venus. It'd be interesting if there's no kiss. Was that kiss the one Chizuru saw and melted in her home? What? It's crazy how everyone feels the same with Ruka and Kazuya. She's asking for plans. What do you mean? Yeah, their tempura deserved a chef's kiss. You know, that one place that looked like a fancy restaurant in Akasaka. Blushes all the way to her ears. Hears about a kissing scene from someone else. Badum, goes back to the kissing scene. I love how she has to do this. It's so cute. I love how she has to do this. That's kind of cute. Jeez, I'm so stupid. No, girl. You innocent and adorable as fuck. So to me, the way I'm rating this is that Chizuru is, whereas Kazuya's innocence is seemingly getting destroyed, Chizuru has to embrace her innocence. Kazuya has to go through like the step of the death of innocence in the hero's journey, where, you know, he has to see the world as it is, and not through the safe fiction of innocence. Whereas Chizuru does see the world, and and it's for her, it's about maintaining her innocence and like not losing the little kid on the inside. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Man, my nose was bugging me there. Rejected Umi, then suddenly she's with Umi. What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? There sure are a lot of crackpot theories in my chat. There sure are a lot of crackpot theories in my chat. Another 2 years of building up to July 11th. Okay, if this happens, how will Reiji stretch this? Unless he goes on Chizuru spending time with Umi, that will be questionable move because Chizuru. Read my first part of the chat. I don't get that. I don't get that. She's clearly busy with her play. Umi's off in his doing his own thing. She's clearly not hanging out with him. So, like, the only thing is that, you know, they have the connection of being actors, so maybe they have to meet in certain points. Boyfriend and he, him are the same words in Japanese, so it could be translated as the boyfriend and him instead. Are you shitting? Oh, so maybe it's not supposed to be read as the boyfriend and the boyfriend. It might be read as the boyfriend and him, which makes more sense. Wait, now I gotta ask Crumpy. Oh, but it's it's the same exact word. Boyfriend and boyfriend. So I think the writing is meant to be misdirecting like that. You could say boyfriend and boyfriend or boyfriend and him. It's a play on words. This is a play on words. I genuinely believe this. This is a play on words. So it could be read as boyfriend and boyfriend, or it could be read as boyfriend and him. Because you don't know if Umi is boyfriend or not. You have no clue. This is literally working off of your perception. It's literally a play on words. I know Reiji. This is straight up a play on words. I fucking know Reiji. This is a play on words. 100%. Okay. Let me screenshot the shenanigans and send it to Crumpy. The fuck is this? Care to work Twitter? Fuck is going on? Every time. It's always a stupid fucking thing with this stupid website. What I find fascinating, so there's something I think people did not notice. Need to see the Japanese version of the chapter because boyfriend is controversial, so now Reiji dresses Umi now as the boyfriend too. Okay, I'm assuming you said this before I said what I said. So, yeah. Okay. Fucking AI slop. So, okay. One thing we can comment on is that the finale for chapter 408 is definitely a cliffhanger that is very like the end of a volume. You know, like this is the end of a fucking volume. Right? This is the end of a fucking volume. Oh yeah, look, when we found out about the thing, oh, where's it gonna go? Right? So this is definitely the end of a volume. But I do like that Umi seems unassuming. You know? Him being a popular guy, it's probably pretty unassuming of him. It's like, oh, girls cling on to you too, huh? Girls cling on to you too, huh? It's a misdirection because Umi learning about this really doesn't matter. True. Long run really doesn't fucking matter. But I do think it could matter, in particular for Ruka's character. I think Ruka dismissing Umi because he's a pretty boy and he's shallow and he's all these things, is gonna throw Ruka off. What Umi see the brilliance of Umi's character, lies in misdirection. The brilliance of Umi's character lies in misdirection and appearances. So Ruka, seeing that he's a popular guy, and quite literally echoing back at you what you believe about Umi, to me, is a massive flag. That's a massive fucking flag. Because Ruka is like, oh, he's just a stupid, shallow guy. A lot of people believe this about Umi, that he's just a stupid, shallow guy. Out of context, that is reinforced to you. Umi appears like a stupid, shallow guy. Like when Kazuya walks in, right? I vividly recall this. Like when we were reading the chapter, and Kazuya walks into Umi singing, and you're seeing this, you think to yourself, like, what possible reason could he have to do this other than to show off? He's just showing off, right? That's your immediate interpretation. He's just showing off. And then he tells you he's doing this for a project. Then you go back to earlier parts of the series, and you know Umi has experience in singing, and him wanting to learn singing while he's here instead of just sitting around doing nothing makes some sense. So suddenly, it doesn't feel like Umi's just doing that stuff. He's taking the initiative. If you think about it like that, Umi is taking the initiative. Again, what I think Reiji is doing, and I've said this before, what I think Reiji is doing is that he's about to shatter the perspective of Umi being this shallow guy. He's about to shatter that perspective of Umi being a shallow guy. Because guess what? Ruka reinforces it. You believe it. A lot of characters, and Kazuya even believes Umi is possibly shallow in some way, shape, or form. So Ruka, this character who judges people on their appearances and assumes these things about them, saying Umi is a shallow guy, is probably going to be like a rude awakening for her, where she's going to be like, he's not shallow. And he's going to call you out on your bullshit. And I think that's what's probably going to end up happening. Our perspective and perception of Umi is about to be shattered. Because Reiji is building up to this stupid drama you're all too familiar with, and it's not going to be that. It is not going to be that. It is building, literally, the thing I noticed about this chapter, the vibe that I got from this chapter, is it oozes maturity. I like feel the adult nature of this chapter contrasted by Kazuya's childlike reactions. Or like, you know, you see Ruka and Kazuya, and they're literally like kids in a sense, you know, in how they're reacting and responding to the world around them is childlike. In contrast, Umi actually feels quite mature. And this isn't me saying Umi's better before you give me that vibe. I'm saying Umi represents the adult world, and so does Chizuru. So naturally, this clash is fundamental here. Chizuru, what people don't seem to understand is that Chizuru is in the adult world, and she's going in the reverse direction of Kazuya. She needs to embrace her childhood. She needs to embrace being a kid. That it's okay to be a kid. Like, you don't need to be an adult all the time. In contrast, Kazuya needs to be able to become an adult and let go of these childish perspectives because he has the capacity to be the adult. Umi essentially represents the adult world coming to clash with the child world, where those worlds are clashing, and Ruka is naturally caught in the middle of that because that is Ruka's issue. Is that Ruka and Kazuya are essentially going through their own reverse hero's journey or their own reverse coming of age narrative, where they're essentially kind of going like this, right? That's kind of essentially how they're going. So Ruka, I think, is naturally going to have some sort of clash with Umi and her perception of Umi, and it's going to flip her entire worldview and perspective around. She's going to realize how little she's understood about the world and the characters and everything she's been experiencing. I think that's what Reiji's building up to with Ruka. And there sure is a whole lot of nothing on Twitter at the moment. Well, I guess it's only been 45 minutes or 43 minutes. What's wrong? You okay, Cat? Why is he coughing? You okay? Does he have a hairball? Is he sick? Ugh, do I have to take him back? Oh, but I have to take him to the vet. Somehow I can catch a glimpse of Professor Miyajime's feelings. Oh. So what is this? Glimpse of Professor Miyajime's feelings. Which panel is this? Oh. I don't care for boy idols or even actors. Those guys are all shallow, don't you think? My friends follow many, though. I don't know if this is necessarily... See, this is what I mean about this with Ruka. Her eyes are closed when she says this. She's immediately dismissive of Umi, just because of how he looks. Just as you are immediately dismissive of Umi, just because of how he looks. You're assuming a whole lot about this character. You don't actually know him. One fascinating thing is that Ruka finding Umi on Twitter is important because in the Tiger's Den, Kazuya and Umi took a picture together. I wonder if Ruka's gonna see that. Well, how would she? She would have to really dig because it's been a year. She would have to really dig because it's been a year. So I don't know if Ruka would dig, but maybe Ruka might do that to like because suddenly all the pieces are coming together, so she starts digging deeper, and then she finds even more proof, like how close Kazuya and Chizuru actually are, and Ruka doesn't realize. Kazuya doesn't react at all to stuff like this, huh? I'm one weak guy, so if someone says something like this for real, I'd fall for them. Oh, you mean this. Okay. I like this user. Latest episode. I've seen comments scattered around saying, I'm done with Umi and Ruka. I'm down with Umi and Ruka. But yeah, it's definitely a bit long, especially Ruka. Or I'm done, so maybe they don't like them. I think it's intentional, but the way she's portrayed can feel stressful to read about. Well, it seems like these two won't be interacting anymore, so I wonder if after this, Umi will have something to say to Kazuya at the family restaurant. Yeah. I'm curious if Ruka's gonna like follow or something. You know, or Ruka's gonna either Ruka's gonna follow or Ruka's gonna comment. Yeah, I think Umi might like influence Ruka's world without realizing, or Ruka, Ruka might not realize how he's going to influence her world. Especially since Umi said he's going to leave. Man, I am not seeing a whole lot. Wonder what's going on. Okay. I guess let's go to Reddit really quick, and then I'll reread the chapter carefully. I imagine Umi will spill the beans without meaning to because of trouble, but because Ruka had no idea, he gets Kazuya in trouble. See, I'm curious if Umi is sensible enough to not mention Chizuru in front of Ruka. Because he sees Ruka holding Kazuya, and he doesn't really know anything about Kazuya's situationship with other girls. So, I think, my theory, is that I could see Umi saying Chizuru's like serious about you, but I'm not sure. Maybe we'll finally get Umi's thoughts. I think one thing we've always lacked is Umi's thoughts, and a big thing Reiji's been introducing recently is perspective. He's been introducing this perspective by giving us character thoughts. Slowly but surely, we're getting more character thoughts. Will he confront Kazuya? I doubt it. He doesn't have context. Why would you just confront a dude you barely talk to by assuming what's going on? He could ask him, or I could see Umi doing instead of asking Kazuya is be a little more casual about it. He'll casually be like, "Oh, I noticed the girl's holding your hand. You must be pretty popular with the girls." When you do it that way, you're like indirectly asking, "What's the deal with that? What's going on with that? What's happening?" You know, Umi calling Kazuya popular with the girls would be like something that would throw Kazuya off. Be like, wait, what? I'm not popular. You're popular. What the fuck are you talking about? And I think that will get into this conflict quite well because Kazuya is not going to be honest about it. Kazuya is not going to be honest about it, and eventually Umi's going to be like, "What's going on, dude? Why are you acting weird?" That's what I could see happening. None of the normal people who make the Kobari links are responding, so trying to find someone who can, I'll get it as soon as I can. Got it. Thanks to okay, blah blah blah. Kazuya, Ruka, Mizuhara. What? Whatever, man. Chapter summary. Umi sees Ruka clinging to Kazuya's arm from afar and is surprised. We finally see Chizuru again. What is she doing? She's blushing while thinking about the kiss from the taxi. Seems like we'll have to wait until next chapter to get something interesting. Sigh. Do we finally have proof about Chizuru's play or not? She seems to be in a place with other actors there. Edit. Oh yeah, I just noticed the play calls first Venus. Hooray. First proof of the play since chapter 390. The kiss on Oh, that's the kiss. Oh. Nice catch. Nice catch to this person. Nice catch. That's that kiss. The kiss Chizuru sees in chapter 398. It's that same kiss that this dude just talks about. Wild. We're literally seeing it. You're literally seeing the dots connect. That's so good. Good catch. Good catch. Kazuya can't keep thinking to himself about how sexy Ruka is, although I've heard it. I think people are really misinterpreting the whole Ruka thing. Like, finally, Fate, what? That I got that. I think people are really misunderstanding the whole Kazuya thing. What people don't seem to realize about Kazuya in this situation is that, look, what Reiji is depicting with Kazuya is literally the day after scenario. The day after scenario, when it comes to sex, whether it was a positive experience or a negative experience, what tends to happen is the person starts looking different. And in Kazuya's case, he does feel a sexual attraction to Ruka that he's not like addressing and he's terrified of. And because Kazuya is bottling this in, it's essentially having this clash with himself where on one hand, he was fucking assaulted. On the other hand, he literally feels sexual attraction for her. And so these things are literally clashing. They're literally butting heads. So what's happening with Kazuya is that because he's bottling it in, what's happening is coming out in his sexual attraction. Instead of, yo, you were just hurt. Because his brain would rather pick the easy one than the hard one. Because that's what your brain does. While at the same time, Kazuya has actively escaped these issues. So when Kazuya keeps denying his sexual desires, his body's like, screw you. Literally, screw you. I'm gonna let these out because you refuse to let them out. And I want to. And you're not listening to me and you're not being honest with me. This is so awkward. Just because she said what she said. So what's he referring to here? I'm kind of suspected something being going on between you and Chizuru-san. She doesn't want to hear about me and Mizuhara. Doesn't mean she's happy about it. Right? So just because she knew doesn't mean Ruka was happy. But man, Ruka-chan, after changing into that outfit, she's on another level. She's showing more skin than before. Everything about her just looks so sexy. Now, isn't this interesting? Last chapter, Kazuya reacted to Ruka with her not wearing clothes. This chapter, Ruka changes and Kazuya is again looking at her and because she's showing more skin. It's almost like it's not the clothes, it's the person. It's not the clothes, it's the person. It's Ruka in particular that's looking this particular way. Kazuya is reacting because Ruka is looking this particular way. That's why Kazuya is reacting like this. What Reiji just showed you here is that it's not the clothes. It's not the clothes, it's Ruka. And the more Kazuya sees of Ruka, like physically, the more attracted he is to her. Not because he loves her, but because of what happened. Okay, let's keep going here. He wouldn't even be thinking about Ruka for a second. No, he would, unfortunately. Literally, these are unaddressed feelings. He has to address them. Notice the hair kind of similar to Kazuya. What? What, this guy? No, his hair doesn't look the same. Can already see the foreshadowing of some old recycled tropes. I guess it's inevitable with Reiji after 400 sloppy. Oh my god. I'm getting so sick and tired of this shit, dude. People see a pattern they're familiar with and immediately cling on to it instead of like realizing what's going on. A fine build-up chapter with some new information. Me finding out about Ruka like 400 chapters later may sound funny for us readers, but for him must be really unexpected. Considering last time they met, Kazuya was in Chizuru's house. Seeing him cling with other girls will puzzle him for sure. Well, Kazuya isn't clinging, Ruka is clinging. So that's different. Let's see what they will talk about next week. Obviously, Umi will ask about Ruka, and I don't think Kazuya will be clear about the trial girlfriend situation for him. About Chizuru, I guess Umi would like to verify their situation after being rejected. I think Umi suspects Kazuya progressed with Chizuru due to Chizuru wanting to make things clear with him. Yeah, or maybe he wants to tell Kazuya what's going on. Because there's a lot of mystery behind Umi, and I bet Umi might want to explain. So Kazuya is now having those kinds of thoughts about Ruka after being sexually assaulted. Is this measure Reiji wants to give? Terrible. The manga feels lost. So just because an author doesn't depict it in a neutral way and you don't know the end result, you don't know the end result, mind you. You do not know the end result, and it's not as simple as, okay, Kazuya was sexually assaulted. That part is simple. Their relationship is not simple. So you can't dismiss Kazuya's reaction as Reiji justifying it. Because there's so many layers as to what's going on with this situation. I keep explaining it and people don't seem to fucking understand. Well, okay, maybe these people don't know. But I see it in chat too. So that's why I'm a little irritated. Kazuya has had a struggle of sexual desires. So naturally, when he is sexually assaulted, those desires come out and he feels conflicted and confused. Because these things that he's been bottling in are now out of his control. He cannot control them anymore. And he becomes a lot more aware of his environment. It is literally the death of his innocence. So it's not simply this is Kazuya's reaction. Kazuya was so annoying. I know you can find the other people attractive when you're someone else, but this is way too much. I feel like he's starting to love Ruka too. People don't understand love. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is unfathomably stupid. Are these people like teenagers? Are these people teenagers? They must be, right? They've got to be teenagers. First impression, Umi was there early, so he has to wait. But he wants to talk about Chizuru, yes. We still have no idea what exactly he will say, just like Kazuya. I didn't expect to see Chizuru again. It looks like she's actually rehearsing, or she's at least at venue with other actors. She randomly hears them mentioning a kiss, and Chizuru instantly loses focus. It has been 2 weeks, and she's still heavily affected by it. I'm sure that Ruka was deliberately clinging with Kazuya. He still can't be firm with her. He told her to stop, and she just completely ignores him. You're literally seeing the pattern, bro. Reddit equals Twitter, both incredibly stupid. Well, see, the upside of Twitter is that there's Japanese fans who, yes, can be stupid, but then sometimes can be quite informative. So, not necessarily exactly equal, but pretty darn close. They're quite similar. But there is a lot of... I would say Twitter is worse at this point, because there's a lot of worse stuff going on. I made up my mind. I love thinking only of joyful things. Are you okay? Cat's being a goofball. Okay. Let's see. I'm sure that Ruka was deliberately clinging with Kazuya. He still can't be firm with her. He told her to stop, blah, 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 blah. She just completely ignores him. Ruka probably wants Umi to get the wrong idea. No, I don't think so. There is a very clear mistake here. There's a very clear mistake here. Ruka does not deliberately want to sabotage them, but she does feel that desire of wanting Kazuya for herself. That's where I disagree. What I think Ruka is doing is, I'm gonna ignore Umi and focus on what I want. There's a reason Ruka doesn't even think about Umi. She tries to completely and utterly deject from him. Literally, what Ruka is doing, you're starting to understand what Ruka's been doing this entire fucking time. Absolute disassociation. Absolute disassociation from Chizuru. Anytime anything related to Chizuru happens, she disassociates. I'm going to focus on me and what I have with him. instead of addressing the fact Chizuru is here and you cannot get rid of her. And because Ruka knows she can't get rid of her, right? Because Ruka knows she can't get rid of her, she just focuses on what she has. It's not about Umi. It's completely about Ruka. It is not about Umi. It is Ruka living in La La Land. It is Ruka trying to pretend what happened did not happen. She's living in La La Land. It's not Ruka trying to get Umi to get the wrong idea. That's not her intention. She literally doesn't care about him. She's trying to disassociate from him. The fact that he's related to Chizuru, the fact that Kazuya knows him through Chizuru, is another reason she wants to pull Kazuya away from Umi and focus on what they have. Because Kazuya being near Umi is Kazuya being near Chizuru, which makes Ruka feel insecure in turn. That's why it's happening. It is Ruka doing what she did with Kazuya is Ruka being, what is it? It is Ruka's selfish desire to be with Kazuya being reignited. That's what happened. Ruka has had, Ruka's selfish desire to be with Kazuya is essentially reignited because she's buried it deep down. And now it's starting to come out more and more and more. It's particularly because she's aware of Chizuru now. She knows she's there. Think of it like the blue pill. Think of it like the blue pill. You know how when you're watching Matrix, they present you with the blue pill and the red pill. But the very nature of the red pill existing is literally telling you your world is fiction. Something about your world is not real. Something about what you're experiencing is not real. So when they tell you blue pill or red pill, you're not actually making a choice. The red pill is always going to be the choice. Even if you pick the blue pill, you are now keenly aware that the world you're living in is not real. And so naturally, you will come back to the red pill. That is what's going on with Ruka. In that same way, Kazuya, in contrast, is literally having... Ruka is ironically his blue pill. She's literally blue. Ruka is ironically his blue pill. And he doesn't know how to cope with her because the reality is starting to come crashing really, really fast. So Kazuya is having this crazy internal clash of his feelings everywhere, where Kazuya looks annoying, but in reality, he's actually very conflicted and lost and confused. One thing about the sexual assault is Reiji does explicitly call out some of the bad things that Kazuya has done, like stalking, for example. So the fact that even a fish doesn't call it out, I'm not sure what to think. He did call it out. Kazuya Mr. Fish quite literally does call it out, but there's a reason it's being left ambiguous. See, your mistake is conflating two completely different things. With Kazuya, it was very clear that this was a problem. What Reiji is doing right now is he's talking about the adult world and in particular muddying the waters. In muddying the waters, you don't know if this is bad or good. And the reason he doesn't explicitly tell you it's bad or good is because there is a significant amount of readers who cannot tell if this is bad or good, just as Ruka and Kazuya cannot tell if this is explicitly bad or good. However, you are told this is sexual assault. Kazuya does say it. Kazuya literally uses the same wording as sexual assault, and Mr. Fish is like, yeah, that's one way of saying it, because Kazuya is misdirecting away from the word. So it's right here. It's right here. It's this scene. I mean, a swimsuit, Ruka-chan relentlessly forcing herself on me, ? In Japanese here, we literally found out the wording Kazuya does here, the wording Kazuya says here, is similar to the word to sexual assault, but he doesn't say sexual assault. He's literally trying to label it as sexual assault, and he doesn't. And Mr. Fish responds by saying, that's one way of phrasing it. Another way would be, it's sexual fucking assault. So, no, Mr. Fish is trying to imply here, no, that is sexual assault. But the thing is, the reason you're not getting it spelled out for you is because neither character truly comprehends or wants to comprehend what just happened. Ruka doesn't comprehend. Ruka's POV is completely different from ours. Her perception of events is completely different. She's viewing this in like a weird positive way. She doesn't understand she just sexually assaulted him. Kazuya, in contrast, deep down knows he was sexually assaulted, but his brain is trying to focus on the fact that it's getting what it wants, which is the sexual desire that Kazuya has repressed for a very, very long time. Because the way Ruka sexually assaulted Kazuya was akin to the very dream he himself had. And so because Kazuya repressed these desires, repressed these feelings for so long, when he gets them in a way akin to how he himself desired, but not from the person he wanted, his brain crashes and it doesn't know how to process this information. We need to move past this Ruka fallout. No, we don't. It is absolutely central to the narrative. It is absolutely, literally, like me explaining this to you is very fundamental to the narrative because it is rooted in the problem. It is one of the core problems of the issue, which is repressing your fucking feelings and not talking about them and not being honest to yourself. And because of that, you don't understand, the readers don't understand, and everyone perceives things in a very particular way. Like, I bet, I'm telling you right now, when Reishi eventually explains this, people will be like, oh my god, he listened to people and he's finally addressing it. When it's so clear to me from the get-go, Reishi always knew what this was. It's so clear he knows exactly what this is. But people will think he didn't. And they're going to be like, oh my god, he's finally addressing it. He's doing a 180. I feel it right now. I know they're going to do this. They do this every fucking time. Let's see. Reishi is telling you that Kazuya is not coping with it. He's not just addressing the way you want it. Exactly. There's this like common issue with people where when the writer does not address this thing in a clean way or in a way you want it to be addressed, suddenly nobody knows how to interact with the media, and they assume the fucking worst. And they just assume like, okay, well, the writer's stupid and they don't know how to talk about the subject matter because they're not addressing it in a clear way, or the character is not morally perfect. They're all morally, like, that's one of the huge reasons this series gets so much hate. Every single character in this story is morally gray, and that makes them more human. And people don't know how to fucking cope with it. Literally, case in point, Expedition 33. Literally everybody tries to find a morally pure character they can side with. And every single character is morally gray. Every single fucking character in that story is morally gray. Literally, like even the character that seems like the most sympathizable in that story is not sympathizable as much as you think they are. They have a sympathizable element, but they are absolutely flawed characters and do the wrong things. So, yeah, that's a huge aspect of why this series gets so much hate. Every character is morally gray, and in a way, people cannot easily understand. But they keep engaging because it's interesting and they're human. Reishi won't hold your hand and tell you what's there. Jeez, this is so annoying. Let's see. People expect it to go like, oh no, you've sexually assaulted me. Yes, I've assaulted you. I'm evil. Or I'm sorry. The person I talked to that knows Japanese thought that fish comment was about the high-spec swimsuit comment, but yeah, it was kind of ambiguous about what it refers. I've talked to other Japanese fans who literally thought they were referring to sexual assault. Just understand, just because you're speaking to a Japanese reader, it doesn't mean they know what the fuck they're talking about, because we've seen Mute absolutely misinterpret things. And he's a native Japanese speaker. I've seen Kura, like for example, Kurokana, I've been really disagreeing with him lately, in particular about Ruka. That he's talking like Ruka is this like a completely unreasonable character. She's not. She's not. He's talking about Ruka in ways I completely disagree with. Ruka is incredibly stubborn, and she appears very unreasonable, but I think if you like approach this in a very particular way and you talk to her like genuinely and actually try to reason with her and not use arguments that are like adult arguments, you can get through to Ruka. And like you can snap her out of it by showing her the reality of the situation. And Ruka just seems unreasonable. No, I think you can snap her out of this this fiction that she's living in. She's not that unreasonable. I think Ruka even wants change herself. Like, I think Ruka desperately wants change herself. And you see how Ruka is not unreasonable in chapter 407. One of the central things this chapter leverages is context. And one thing Reiji does here is that Ruka's about to do it. She's about to do this shitty thing. And what stops her? Initially, it's Kazuya's desire. And then it's Chizuru and Nagomi. So it's not just not losing Kazuya. She doesn't want to, like, destroy this thing they have. So when Ruka understands the gravity of her actions, she can fucking stop. When Ruka understands the gravity of her actions, she can fucking stop. But when she doesn't get it, she can't stop. When she wants to live in denial, she can't stop. When you show her the true magnitude of her choices, she will fucking stop. Because most people will. Most people, when they see like what they're doing, they will get their shit together. And usually the answer is somewhere in the middle. The problem is Ruka and Kazuya are two extremes. Ruka and Kazuya are literally two extremes. Ruka, on one hand, wants this to keep going no matter what. Kazuya, on the other hand, just wants to deny and perpetuate the situation. So neither is coming to a proper solution to the issue. They're literally two fucking extremes. You need something in the middle. And that's the problem. They're not meeting at any point in the middle. That's the issue with a lot of narratives, is that characters are essentially on two extremes and they don't want to meet in the middle. It's a very common writing technique where characters literally just cannot like find a middle ground solution, which is the solution to your fucking issue. Like I've said before, I think Ruka is subconsciously trying to make Kazuya end it because she can't by herself. I think that is there is a slight truth to this. I think there's a slight truth to this. Not a total truth, a slight truth. If we saw a conversation with Ruka and she behaved like that, it would be the case, but we haven't seen her behave in this situation. The thing is Ruka often just gets caught up in her feelings. But she is a kid, and that's what happens with kids, is like they get caught up in their feelings. Like you try to manage a toddler and understand and realize how little like self-preservation they actually have. They're literally constantly trying to kill themselves. Like they literally have no fucking self-preservation. It's no different with Ruka. She doesn't know. She thinks she's self-preserving. She doesn't actually know what she wants. And the thing is, Ruka is at this point reaching that phase in her teenage years where it's all about rebellion. She's at that point where like control doesn't work anymore. See, Kazuya and Ruka have a parent-child dynamic. People don't seem to realize this. Kazuya and Ruka have a parent-child dynamic. And there comes a point where the parent can no longer control the child. There comes a point where the parent can no longer control the child. The child is completely out of their control. And they have to realize they need to let go of control in order for them to, the child needs to make their own mistakes. And the parent needs to let go of control in order for the child to actually change. And that's essentially Kazuya's issue. He needs to find this like balance between letting go of control and actually talking to Ruka. And Reiji is like doing this amazing setup. The setup is very, very meticulous. It is incredibly meticulous setup where he's slowly building to these pieces and he's connecting them piece by piece. Showing the magnitude of their choices is what is pretty much every character needs, Mami included. Well, yes, that's the point. Every single character is a mirror of each other. The only one that is, well, even Chizuru, but Chizuru is in a non-traditional way. But yeah, even in this cover, what do you see? Right? Ruka dressed in Ruka almost teasing you. right? In this cover, Ruka's almost teasing you. You literally see the swimsuit straps, right? She's wearing a shirt, but you literally see the swimsuit straps, and it's clearly Kazuya's shirt. And you literally see the temptation. Oh no, the temptation. And the temptation is literally part of the hero's journey. Temptation is a massive part of the hero's journey. So you see Umi first with Chizuru, and then contrasted by Ruka with Kazuya. We're supposed to meet after this, but since he was nearby, he stopped in. He got here early, apparently. He said he wanted to talk. Oh, you made plans. Yeah, so it's explained to you why Umi is here early. I didn't know that you had so many friends, Kazuya, famous ones. How do you know him? Oh. Suddenly this scene makes sense. There's a contextual element you're not aware of in this scene, and I just figured it out. Kazuya thinks of Chizuru. She's the connection to Umi. Kazuya feels... You see this exact image later with Chizuru. Right here. Notice how it's the same exact picture as Chizuru. What Kazuya just did here is act out of guilt. He feels guilty towards Chizuru, but he can't talk to Chizuru right now, so what does he do? He tells Ruka. So what position was Kazuya just placed in? He was placed in a position where he has to tell the truth. The truth about something that in some ways he feels guilt for. He feels guilt for Chizuru. And she just mentioned something related to Chizuru, and out of his guilt for Chizuru, he tells Ruka. That's why Kazuya makes this choice here. Out of his guilt for Chizuru, he tells Ruka. That's why this choice isn't logical. This choice is not meant to be logical. He's acting out of guilt. That's why Kazuya does this. He's acting out of guilt. Oh, sorry. I haven't looked on Twitch. And he tells her the truth. Man, that's why he tells her. Exactly. He tells Ruka the truth. And what this is setting up, what this scene is setting up is quite simple. This is setting up for Kazuya to tell Ruka everything. Because Ruka needs to know. What is Kazuya's reasoning for telling Ruka? I'm okay with being second. That's his reasoning. If she's okay with being second, she has to know everything because she must understand what second actually means. Because Ruka does not know. The only way for a child to truly understand what the magnitude of what they are doing and what they are saying is for them to see the consequences of that and what that actually means. Because Ruka does not understand. So this scene is set up for that. This scene is set up for that. Kazuya tells her just a little bit of the truth. Ruka reacts. She just learned something new. I knew it. Is she angry with me? Look at what happens here. Is she angry with me? If Kazuya had told Chizuru the truth, he would think these same exact words. This is literally victim's guilt. He literally perceives himself as a cheater. And it's literally victim's guilt. And that is added on more when Kazuya feels the sexual desire for Ruka, because guess what's happening in those scenes? You're starting to perceive him as a cheater because he perceives himself as a cheater. So his body is literally reinforcing that for him. You're a cheater. You're a bad person. And I'm going to reinforce that to you by making you feel this sexual desire towards this person because you're the one who did this, not Ruka. It is quite literally his own, him blaming himself embodied in the things Kazuya thinks and does. It is a perfect encapsulation of victim's guilt. Literally, Reiji gets it. Reiji understands. Right? Is she angry with me? Oh, I see. Right? Kazuya shakes. His face disappears. There's a bit of a nudge. What's she going to say? How's she going to react? Now take that and flip the context and make it Chizuru. Suddenly this scene has a lot more power. Interesting. Very Chizuru-like reaction. Calm, not reacting too much. So awkward, right? What is she thinking? What's going through her head, right? But what is Ruka doing? She's learning new information and she doesn't know how to process it, so she disassociates. Foreshadowing to Kazuya talk to Chizuru. Foreshadowing to Kazuya, this foreshadows two things. This foreshadows two very specific things. One, it foreshadows Kazuya telling Ruka everything. She needs to know. Because Ruka knowing what everything is Ruka understanding the magnitude of her choices, what she did, and what she's saying she wants. Two, it is foreshadowing how Kazuya is going to open up to Chizuru because this is exactly how he would feel. It's more so, it's less foreshadowing of Chizuru and more foreshadowing of how a victim would react in a scenario. It's literally like simulating the talk Kazuya imagines he would have with Chizuru if he tells her the truth and he wonders if she's angry with him. It's more so simulating the future rather than actually doing it. And Ruka's non-reaction is like Chizuru's, which in turn freaks it. This is a very Chizuru reaction. Right? This is a very Chizuru ambiguous reaction. You don't know what she's thinking. And that's the thing. That freaks Kazuya out. This idea of not knowing what the person is thinking, that is something he needs to start taking control of. He's leaving... What Kazuya does here, his biggest mistake, and the thing that is going to come back to haunt him, and the thing he's going to have to confront, he's leaving the people's reaction to... He's leaving his reaction and their reaction completely up to them. He's not taking control of the scenario. He's not taking initiative. He's rather so caught up in his guilt, he's just trying to see how people will react to the things that he say, and he wants them to not react negatively. That's what Kazuya is doing. He doesn't want Ruka to react negatively. He wants to tell her the truth, and he wants her to not react negatively because he's so caught up in his guilt. He's slow. What you're seeing is Kazuya is slowly spiraling. And you see that a lot in the chapter. Kazuya is absolutely fucking spiraling. You're seeing Kazuya, like, you're seeing the exterior starting to spiral, whereas the interior has been spiraling for a while. Hey, Johan, just read through the chapter, and the editor's notes you send me, gonna translate in a bit. Oh, okay, thanks, sounds good. Talking to Ruka about everything in terms makes it significantly easier to talk to Chizuru, as there is no longer something chaining Kazuya. He's breaking the chains. No. He is absolutely still chained. He is absolutely still chained. He's not actually talking to Ruka. This is like foreshadowing Kazuya actually talking to Ruka. He's not talking to her yet. This is like this isn't even a step one. It's more so like practicing step one. It's not even step one, it's practicing step one. No, he is not trapped in his cycle of love and lust and afraid to decide. No. That's not what's going on. Kazuya has already decided on love. You're misinterpreting the issue that Kazuya is trying to disassociate lust from love. They are two sides of the same coin. You can't get rid of one and have the other. That's not how it fucking works. They are two sides of the same fucking coin.
Because love can be dark, it could be depressing, it could be destructive, it can be lustful. All of those things are a part of love. He is not stuck between the cycle of love and lust. He is stuck in trying to deny lust as a factor of his love when it is a part of it, period. You cannot deny it. It is a part of it. And the reason Kazuya denies it, he is traumatized by chapter 218 in Hawaiians. That is why. And so because he doesn't know himself and he's not honest with himself and he's not able to look at himself clearly, he cannot understand this. It's not the cycle of love and lust. No, we already did this. We already did this at the start of the fucking series. That is not what's going on. Death of Kazuya incoming, but he will be chained to his guild. Well, he's going to experience a form of death where he's going to spiral and fall apart. This is so awkward. From the crowdfunding, that takes me back. I forgot about that. Oh, the retweet, right? He feels bad because Ruka doesn't react and explain things clearly. So what does Kazuya do? He feels the need to explain some more, right? Literally how you feel bad when he's putting Ruka in the adult position. That's the problem. He's putting Ruka in the adult position where the adult is responding and reacting to you, not realizing he's the adult in the picture. So he feel like, and you know when you fuck up and your parent doesn't react right away and you feel like you fucked up some more, so you try to explain some more? Literally this. He feels the need to explain some more. But why Kazuya is still lusty about Kazuya about the recent chapter, I don't even get what Reiji's doing about Ruka. I already explained it. I already explained it. Go back a few minutes. I gotta edit this portion and make it into a video because people's gonna keep fucking asking me what's going on. Just because she said what she said doesn't mean she's happy about it. She doesn't want to hear about me and Mizuhara. Right? Oh no, I fucked up. It's my fault. Guilt. Guilt. But man, Ruka-chan, after changing into that outfit, she's on another level. These thoughts feel reminiscent of the beginning of the series, intentionally so. Oh my god, the girl changed. She's in a new outfit and she's super hot, except this should be weird to you. This should be weird to you. Why? We've seen Ruka in this outfit before. 1,000,000 fucking times. Why is Ruka suddenly so attractive to him? It's almost like this stems from his sexual experience. And that sexual experience is getting in his head. It is literally, for lack of a better word, screwing with him. His sexual experience is messing with him. His brain is like, you repressed your desires so much that they're going to control you now. And his mixture of guilt and desire is literally crushing him. So when Kazuya feels this desire for Ruka, it's literally reinforcing to you he's a cheater, he's a bad person, and his body's quite literally reinforcing that for him. You're a bad person because you feel desire for her again, right? And this is important too. In the past, when Kazuya would feel sexual desire for female characters, he would tell himself, no, I love Mizuhara. Suddenly, that's not happening anymore. Isn't that weird? Suddenly, that's not happening anymore. Almost like this has nothing to do with love. This isn't about love. None of this is about love. This is about desire. The desire you're repressing that is a part of your love. Right? And this is important. I'm surprised nobody has mentioned this. That Kazuya would constantly have these thoughts and then immediately shake his head. He's like, no. Chizuru's the only one for me. I love Chizuru. Right here. It's almost like, oh, stupid idiot. My heart already belongs to Mizuhara. There's no reason to think that would even happen. It happens again in chapter 405. right? Just right after the experience, he imagines Ruka looking all attractive. And then he's like, no, come on, I'm so shit. This is exactly what I hate. This is exactly what I hate about myself. It's these desires he's repressing and they're exploding out of him. And now the desires are literally controlling him. He's repressed them for so long, they're literally starting to control him. Because he's not even trying to reason his way out of it anymore. Right? He's not even trying to reason his way out of it. He just keeps blaming himself and falling apart. The fake identity he has built for himself is starting to crash. The fear of Umi-kun, I think it is again to give a push to Kazuya towards Chizuru, just like when Umi last time called him the setup date successfully. I think it... Okay, so what you're phrasing weirdly and what you're misunderstanding, it's not the fear of Umi-kun that drove Kazuya to do what he did. It is the reality of his choices that make him afraid. Umi is representative of real conflict. Then Kazuya is completely stupid if he thinks sexual attraction towards another woman can happen even if you are in love. Yes, it can. Yes, it absolutely can. Are you saying that can't happen? You can't be attracted to someone else? Wait, are you seriously saying you can't be attracted to someone else when you're in love with someone? Because you absolutely can. What you're fundamentally misunderstanding here is that love is an active choice. You can be attracted to someone because it is normal human nature. He can't tell the difference? Yeah, most young people can't. Most young people can't. Especially when they repress their desires. When people repress their desire, when people like push that shit down and they don't address it. And you're also missing very key details here. Kazuya went through sexual assault too. And with the other girls, like what's going on with them is that Kazuya feels lust and he's trying to deny lust as an aspect of his love. So when he feels lust for other girls, he unfortunately tries to reason his way out of his lust through saying he loves Chizuru, which seems like the logical argument, but what he's actually doing is he's denying his lust, period. That's what you're misunderstanding. He's absolutely denying his lust, because if he lusts for another woman, he's not serious about Chizuru, and if he's not serious about Chizuru, he fails this test, and if he fails this test, then he is always powerless and he can't control everything. What Kazuya is actually trying to do, it's not about this stupid realization, because he already knows this prior. He already knows this prior in the very beginning of the series. That's what you're misunderstanding. Kazuya already kind of knows this already. What he's actually doing is he's denying his lust. And he has to actively deny it by saying, I love this person. Which is the problem. It's the denial of the self. He's denying himself. And because he's denying himself, it's messing him up. It's not this idea that, like, as I told you before, it's not the cycle of lust and love. It's the denial of lust. It's pretending like you don't feel lust when you do. But you need to let it out with the right person. You can't just keep bottling it in. Because you bottle it in, it's going to fucking explode, and it's going to end up looking like that, where, you're stupid if you think like sexual attraction towards another woman can happen even if you're in love. Like, that's how his mind reasons it. It's a really good psychological exploration of a character. Like, Reiji understands his characters so fucking well. Kazuya finding Ruka attractive means he wasn't assaulted. He's convincing himself with his body. Ooh, that's a good way of saying it. He's literally convincing himself with his body And because he finds Ruka attractive, he's telling himself he wasn't assaulted. He's literally in denial of what she did to him. That's a good way of phrasing it, right? Because you think to yourself, oh, it's like Reishi's treating it like he wasn't assaulted. No, Kazuya is literally reasoning himself into telling himself, I wasn't assaulted. That's crazy. Oh shit, repressing his desires, but he also do the same for Chizuru. Yes, that's the issue. He's repressing his desires for her. He's holding them back. Here. I can easily prove it to you. Okay, if you want to work. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on. Work for me, boy. Work. His desires are literally exploding out of him. And he's put in a situation where he can't tell her, he can't do anything, and it is driving him insane. And what happens? Kazuya's desires explode, and his nose bleeds and he passes out. And Chizuru knows he has these sexual desires and she feels bad. They're both repressing their sexual desires. It is kind of a mutual thing. The difference is Kazuya knows what love is. He doesn't know who he is. Chizuru knows who she is. She doesn't know what love is. And because Chizuru doesn't know what love is, she can't let these desires out. Because Kazuya doesn't know who he is, he wants to deny this fundamental part of him, which is his lust. Whereas Minnie, though. So Minnie not being here is fundamental too. This is the step in the hero's journey in the coming of age narrative where the mentor and the helper is gone. And you have to do this yourself. Because the mentor and helper has actually been holding you back. That you have to deal with this shit yourself. You don't have help anymore. Help is gone. You gotta do this. And no one is coming to save you. That's the point of Minnie not being here. She's on a trip, remember? Or at least I think she went on a trip. Some help. The whole point was that Minnie isn't help. Minnie is not help. Minnie was making everything worse. We hold back sometimes to not hurt someone, but sometimes there's no other choice but it's necessary. And so that's the thing. Dude, stop thinking to yourself, I'm holding back so I don't hurt this person. Sometimes you got to talk to them. It's okay to hurt them a little bit. Hurt is part of love. Pain is part of love. You got to let it out. It's okay to feel the pain. That's not an issue. And I think that's a huge aspect of Kazuya's struggle right now is that he doesn't want to feel any more pain. But you have to. You can't just deny it forever. He holds back and doesn't tell Chizuru how he feels and he hates himself for it. Correct. His body, he's literally having a dissonance between his body and his heart. Or sorry, his body and his mind. There's a dissonance between his body and his mind. His body knows what it wants, his heart doesn't, or his mind doesn't. Right? His body literally knows what it wants. His mind doesn't. And that's what I mean where he has an identity crisis. He doesn't know who he is. Because he doesn't accept his body for what it is feeling. Chizuru, in contrast, knows what she's desiring. She knows what she's desiring. But she doesn't know if what she's feeling is love. So she holds it back because if it's not love, then it's just desire. And that's a mistake waiting to happen. You shouldn't start a relationship on just desire. Not realizing she's already done love this entire time. She's already been in love. And just like Chizuru, she's getting flashbacks of the kiss again and again. And Kazuya also is getting flashbacks of experiencing sex again and again, which is distracting him and he's not available to focus. Ooh, that's a good way of putting it. Kazuya is distracted by his flashbacks to Ruka constantly. Chizuru is distracted by her flashbacks to kissing Kazuya constantly. It's a similar experience in reverse. One is a positive experience that Chizuru actively denies. One is a negative experience that Kazuya actively denies. And both are taking control of them and they're losing focus. They mirror each other. Kazuya is starting to understand how Chizuru feels. I've said this for a while too. He's literally starting to learn how she feels. Shit, that's a good catch. That's a good analysis. Interesting that this Saturday and Wednesday for the third week is like 4 days in manga time. I think it's been longer than 3 weeks. Kazuya is lost and he thinks that desire and love are totally misunderstood fusion. You just said the same thing you said before in a different way. I agree with that phrase. If you love someone, you can find anyone attractive except the what? Well, you can find anyone attractive. The one you love is the one you choose to actively focus on being attracted to. You control your attraction. You can feel attraction for others, but you control it. You have to be in control of those feelings. Goku dealing with Chi-Chi at the martial arts tournament isn't... If there's one thing Akira Toriyama sucked at, it's writing love. He was not good at writing love, I'm sorry. He was good at writing character dynamics, but not writing love. Not willing to hurt your partner may hurt them, funnily enough. Yes, exactly. The phrase called my body says yes, but my mind says no. Ugh. It's like that one song. I'm like not a huge fan of that because that's like abuser vocabulary. That's literally abuser vocabulary. So I'm not a huge fan of that. You're technically not wrong. Technically. But it is still abuser vocabulary. We live in a time and culture where we avoid the discomfort and the suck to a detriment. The suck. Kazuya would never dare do an act like Ruka's, as in the shed incident between Kazuya and Chizuru. Well, yes, there's a parallel between those two scenes. Kazuya doesn't do anything there, and Chizuru knows he doesn't do anything there, but it is still reflective of his repressed desires, where he's just lying there. He can't move. He can't do anything. He has to actively put these desires underneath. Okay. Crumpy says the translations are done. Let's read those real quick. Okay, from the top. Okay. Umi-kun is coming to Kazuya and Ruka's job. What in the world is Umi-kun's intentions? That visible dangling cords makes his imagination go crazy. He can't shake it off, no matter what day it is. Ah, see, I told you. I told you the focus was the cords. You can pull it off at any time. Anytime you can pull it off, right? You can see everything if you just so desire. This is literally what happens when you repress lust. It actively tempts you. It actively tempts you. In June 4th, in the past 2 chapters, right? Well, it became June 4th yesterday, the midway through last chapter, and it is June 4th right now. For this one, there's a word play with cord and no matter what day it is, because both are pronounced the same way. Himo. Huh. Could you elaborate on that? Grumpy, could you elaborate on that? Like, what is there a little more to this? And isn't it interesting? There's a wordplay So there's wordplay right here where chord and no matter what day it is are pronounced the same way, himo. And that should tell you there's wordplay in the chapter title. Boyfriend and boyfriend or boyfriend and him. You don't know. It's stuff that gets lost in translation. Like, how would you even translate that, you know? Okay. Umi-kun saw it. The clinging to one's arm suspicious relationship. It may sound weird. Lol, sorry. Next time, a way too popular man. Yeah. And this adds to this element of cheating. Umi seeing Kazuya, or Umi seeing Ruka holding Kazuya's hand, Kazuya already feeling guilt towards Chizuru, Kazuya acting so much out of guilt this entire chapter, and then suddenly Umi sees him with Ruka holding his hand like that. No shit, Kazuya's gonna feel insane amount of guilt. Umi is a cunning bastard. He is gonna tell Kazuya he lost. He will use Kazuya's stupidity with Ruka's situation to his advantage. You literally don't know anything about fucking Umi. You don't know anything about him. You literally fucking don't. You literally fucking don't. You don't know anything about him. You're acting like you know this character. You don't know jack shit about him. You literally don't know how he's going to react. He has Griffith vibes. Griffith is like actively spelled the fuck out for you. He's nothing like Griffith. I've literally, as someone who also read Berserk, he is nothing like Griffith. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. There's similarities, initial like external similarities, but that is purely surface level. You are projecting hard. That is hard projection. I wonder if chapters 107, 71, and 117 have anything to do with the chapters or the future chapters. 17 makes sense. I don't know about 71. 97 might make more sense because 97 is a number we got with Ruka with her phone. So let's look at 97. Oh my God. Chapter 97 is when Kazuya talks to Sumi. They go to like a kissing place. And he thinks something sexual is going to happen. She gives him a gift. And then she talks to him. She tells him what's wrong. And she listens to him and she talks to him and she lets him open up to her. The one thing that does not happen between Kazuya and Ruka. The one thing that does not happen between Kazuya and Ruka. Kazuya never asks what's wrong. Ruka never checks if he's okay or realizes that he's not okay. She's so focused on her, she doesn't see that. Oh my God, that's crazy that. Wow. The one thing Kazuya and Ruka are both denied. Are you okay? What's wrong? Let me talk to you. Damn. Kazuya has been victim blaming himself even though he didn't do anything. Well, he blames himself for Hawaiians. That's where it stems from. What drove Kazuya to act in a way was because of what he realized. I don't get why people say Umi made Kazuya make a move on Chizuru. Umi was literally just the necessary fear to instigate what he needed. He knew he needed to do. Kazuya knew he needed to call Chizuru. Kazuya knew he needed to call Chizuru. Umi was merely the catalyst. That's it. All Umi was just the catalyst. He was the necessary conflict that introduced fear into the equation, so you realize the consequences of not talking to this fucking person. And you go and fucking talk to them. Right? All Umi did was make Kazuya afraid. It was a false fear, mind you. It's completely a false fear. But it is a fear he needed to address because it is something he's bottling in and running away from. That's all Umi did. He made Kazuya face this issue he was ignoring. That's what Umi does. He makes Kazuya face these issues he's ignoring. The human body's so fascinating. I love how Reiji is showing us how it goes when it comes to Kazuya. Cue the song, my mind telling me no. Oh my god, no, nope. I'm still trying to understand how Chizuru and Kazuya's conversation will end. Is there going to sex scene or not, lol? Oh, I think by the end of this, they're definitely going to have sex. Like, it feels like that's the buildup. That's the thing they've repressed this entire time. It feels like that's the buildup. Wait, isn't Ruka wearing Kazuya's orange shirt like when she stayed at his apartment? In the opening, yes. In the cover page, I already said this. I was switching the numbers around and wanted to see if they might be related. I think it's a little easier to just go with 97 and 17 and not try to insert other numbers. I think that kind of stuff might mess it up a little bit. 17 is just a much easier number to work off of than introducing all this other stuff, you know? I think that other stuff would just kind of like mess up the picture. 17 is just an easier number to work with. And, you know, it has 7 and 1. So 1, Ichinose, that's in the name. And then 7 is lucky. 7 is a lucky number. It is fascinating how when Umi talks about Chizuru to Kazuya, Umi looks like all mature and adult, and then Kazuya looks all childish, right? And Umi Umi looks like a mature adult, looks in control, right? And it makes you be like, oh wow, Umi gives you main character vibes sometimes, and that's by design. You know, he's the attractive, handsome man. You know, so he gives you the main character vibes sometimes. Does Room 17 connect with Chapter 17? I already went through this. I already went over this. Go back to the earlier part of the stream. I literally already went over this. So let's see some of the comments. Chizuru is seriously way too cute. Watching her panic and blushing every time the word kiss is mentioned is so cute. Can't wait to just skip till next week already. The suspension, man. Kazuya, Chizuru, and Umi. We'll see you guys next week. The suspense. I really hope Umi doesn't try to start issues by getting involved with Ruka, but I can't trust him, lol. Again, you can't trust him because you don't know him. You've only seen Umi through a very particular lens, and it's made you suspicious. So you don't know anything about this guy. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. What are you doing? Oh, God. Sorry. Trying to show you cat. Here, I'll fix it. Just one sec. I was trying to show you my cat. He's being a goofball. Look at him. What the fuck are you doing? Coco. There comes the biting. He wasn't yawning. He was meowing. He did yawn earlier, though.
Sorry about that. The shirt was getting a little, the hoodie was getting a little hot. Okay. Whew. Let's see. Umi's the reason for change, the necessary evil for the hero to keep on fading, encapsulating Kazuya's hero journey. Not necessarily. Umi is not representative of evil. I don't think any character in this story truly represents evil. Umi is just the necessary conflict, the confrontation with the adult world. That's what Umi is. He's just the confrontation with the adult world, or maybe possibly cruelty or betrayal. But that's the thing. Ruka already did that. That's what people don't seem to realize. I explained this last stream. I was going through it and I said, Kazuya's hero's journey, the part of the death of innocence and the cruelty and betrayal of the world, which leads to you becoming more mature and adult, happened with Ruka. It happened with Ruka. And it's thematically fitting that the adult in the picture being Kazuya has the betrayal of and the death of innocence through a child, that being Ruka. That's what I mean when I say their journeys are in reverse. Kazuya's hero's journey is happening in reverse because he is an adult who acts like a child at times, and he has to come to that. He has to confront that. Ruka is going through a proper hero's journey where she's going through a coming of age narrative where she's going through the normal steps. She's going through the normal steps. Kazuya's doing the steps in reverse. That's what I mean. So Ruka already did that. Ruka was the evil in the picture, quote unquote. She's the cruel. There's no evil in the hero's journey, by the way. If you guys don't know, there's actually no evil in the hero's journey. There's just the cruel betrayal step where their innocence is shattered and they must grow up, and create a new perspective on the world. So it's not about necessarily an evil. Umi's not a bad guy. He is a strategist player, while Kazuya acts on emotion. Umi acts on pragmatism. There might be some truth to that. There might be some truth on that, but what you're not realizing is that Kazuya has been acting on pragmatism a whole lot recently. I'm sorry to tell you, Kazuya's been doing that for a while, especially when he started emulating Umi, or at least his perception of Umi. We don't even know if Umi is like what we think he is. Umi is a standard for a gentleman, the opposite of Kazuya, that thinks of women as objects. Thus, Kazuya needs to change in order to become even as half of a decent a man as Umi is. That is the most childish thing I've ever fucking read. That is the most childish thing I've ever fucking read. You act like men don't feel physical desire. Kazuya doesn't think of women as objects. Where the fuck There's a reason they're attracted to him. Because he doesn't think of them as objects. Because he treats them with respect and emotion. Because he has empathy for their fucking feelings. Literally, none of these girls would like him if he didn't have his empathy and kindness. Not a single one would like Kazuya if he didn't have these traits. Kazuya is unimaginably empathetic. To say he is objectifying the women around him is pure idiocy. Now, does he feel sexual desire like every other fucking dude? Yes. But does he let that out? Does he let that out ever? No. That's the problem. What you're describing, the shit you just fucking described, is literally the stupid mindset of trying to disassociate lust from love. And you're projecting onto Kazuya your own perceptions of him when you don't know jack shit about him, clearly. You've clearly like fucking skimmed the manga or read it with your own weird fucking ass projection and interpretation and put all this shit onto Kazuya's character when he's none of these things. Literally, the reason the female characters like Kazuya is because he's fucking empathetic and kind. That's it. And they don't care that he feels sexual desire. Chizuru already knows. Chizuru already fucking knows he feels sexual desire. She slapped him for it in the past.
That is the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking read. God, way to like not understand how to talk about conflicts and like dumb them down to like these stupid levels of not understanding characters whatsoever. If anyone tries to tell you having 3 cats is the most fun thing ever, there's wrong. I can barely handle one, bro. I've had 3 cats in the past. It was not fun. I'm also slightly allergic to cats. So like when my cat like scratches me and stuff, like I always get like reactions whenever their hair gets near my eyes and stuff. It's like crazy. But like I can touch my cat without like any issues. So we can see any self-development of Kazuya in the future. What? Of course. It's already happening. It's already happening. It's just, see, the issue right now with Kazuya's character, and it's quite simple. Kazuya thinks he's self-improving. He's not self-improving. Because he doesn't know what the actual issue is. How can you... genuine question. Serious, genuine question. I'm going to fucking zoom in here so you can fucking look at me and understand what I'm asking. How can you self-improve if you don't know what you're trying to improve? How can you self-improve when you have no idea what you're trying to improve? That's the issue for Kazuya. He has no idea what he's trying to improve. The very nature of the self-improvement arc that you were presented was bullshit. Because Kazuya had no idea what he was trying to improve. He's trying to improve in the most fiction way possible. Get buff, get a job, all this superficial bullshit. None of that stuff matters, dude. Yeah, you do need a job because you live in fucking capitalism, but that's not the focus. You need to fix yourself by like actually addressing your problems and becoming aware of them and knowing how to focus and like understand. That's literally what therapy is. Therapy is just giving you the tools to deal with your problems. But we're not going to put therapy in the fucking story unless that's a massive driving force of the narrative. And rather, we're going to actually have characters deal with their issues in different ways because therapy isn't always the fucking solution. You know, therapy is a big help, but not everybody has access to it. I think that's my issue when people just go like, "Oh, just go to therapy, bro. Just go to therapy." Most people don't actually have access to fucking therapy. Like, you guys pretend like getting therapy is like the easiest thing in the fucking world. Most people don't fucking have access to it. Especially in Japan. Like, in Japan, like, therapy is not like a normally considered, understood thing. People don't go to therapy in Japan. That's like quite different. It is there. It exists. Of course it does. But people don't generally do it because of the way they address and talk about feelings and emotions there. It's interesting how Reiji can write a Giga Chad like Arata and someone like Kazuya. It is so fascinating that people love to call Arata a Giga Chad when Arata was literally groomed and bred to be this. Arata was literally groomed from childhood by his adoptive father to be the perfect man. You are literally being sold an image, a picture. Just go and see how his dad talks to him. You're perfect. You're great. You can do anything. Believe in yourself, Arata. The way he talks to him is pure nonsense. The way his dad like treats him is literally like, you are the main character of this story. And Arata literally has all of the perfect genes. He's attractive. He's ripped. He has a fuckload of money. What do you mean? You're completely like ignoring the circumstances of the characters and the situations that they were created in. And you're just like, Arata's a Giga Chad. Arata literally has everything. Arata is literally bred to be perfect. His dad literally whipped him into shape since he was a little kid. And that's fucked up, by the way. His dad literally groomed him to take over his company, to be the leader, to do all the shit that he does. And the story, from the moment it starts, from chapter fucking 1, literally tells you the characters are not making these choices themselves. Everything is being decided for them. Every single choice that the Shiunji family makes has been decided for them. It is literally the intro of the manga. It says this love is our fate, as if they don't have a choice. Arata's 100 times better than Kazuya's character. He is mature, understanding, and supportive. Arata is literally worse than Kazuya. He is literally worse than Kazuya. Actually worse. Straight up. He is. He is worse than Kazuya. Because Arata literally has everything and can't do anything. Arata literally can't do anything. He's not in control of a single thing in the story. He just looks in control. Arata literally just looks in control. He's not in control of anything. Literally, go back to the chapter. I think it's the chapter where which one is it? It's the Kono chapter. There's a chapter where Kono has a flashback to when she was a kid, and Kono literally what is it? Kono literally remembers how her dad was literally assigning them roles as children, and it is fucked up. It is so unfathomably fucked up. Because the dad is like, Arata's the leader, Shion, you're the follower, what's her name? Banri, you're the big sister. You do this, you do that. What did he like? Auka is like the second in command or some shit. And it's like the way he's phrasing it is fucked up, because he's treating them like they're workers. And then he looks at Kono. Out of all the characters, he looks at Kono and he's like, you just be happy. You don't get a role. You, Kono, just be happy. You're not necessary. And that fucks her up. Kono's entire issue in the story is not belonging. And literally slowly but surely finding belonging in her family, because they start to feel the same things she does. And she starts agreeing with them. And then suddenly she starts relating to Siha, because Siha literally doesn't belong either. Shion, his literal name is named after a flower that in the Japanese language of flowers means, please don't forget me. Because he's literally a forgotten character. His entire role is purely support. He has no autonomy in the situation. And he literally, Arata is in charge of everything. All Shion does is support Arata. Literally, the characters have no autonomy. Have you noticed, for instance, the dad is almost never around in the story. Everything that they do and deal with, they're dealing with it on their own. The dad is literally not fucking around. They have no parents to talk to. You just remind me of Shion from KH, because it's literally the same thing. It's literally the same fucking thing. Yes, Shion from Kingdom Hearts literally has a similar fucking name. It is literally also a reference to that flower. Please don't forget me. It is literally the same fucking thing. No, Arata is literally bred and designed for you to like him. He is written in that context on purpose, and the story is actively questioning you and Arata if you understand what the fuck you're doing, and if you're actually in control, or if you're just getting what you want to get. Are you just getting what you want to get? That is how Arata is written. He is literally written for that way. And to me, ironically, You guys perceive Arata as a Giga Chad. I find him unfathomably boring. What makes Arata interesting is everyone around him. I actually find Arata unfathomably boring. Because he has no true character of himself. He is an archetype. He has no true character of himself. Arata's whole thing is just being the leader. He's the fucking ringleader. He has nothing for himself. So he himself is boring. Everyone around him is interesting. But you'll notice Arata, like, he's active when it comes to like making choices and helping his family. He knows who he is, quote unquote, except his identity is literally forged for him. He understands nothing about love. And he doesn't know how to deal with any of the real conflicts in his family. Did you notice that? Every single external conflict, Arata can deal with it. Every internal conflict can't do shit. He can't do shit. Why? Because his identity is literally forged for him. He's not making his own choices, and it's presented to you, you're being tricked. It's presented to you as if it's a coming-of-age narrative, and they're in high school, and they're still figuring this stuff out. In reality, they don't know who they are at all, and everything has been bred and designed for them from the start. Their dad controls everything. Their dad controls literally everything. You just think the characters are in control. They're not. And the story does a fantastic job of like tricking you into this. And you're seeing how they've been conditioned and literally like groomed since childhood to be who they are. And that's why they react and deal with certain things in their world. But I can feel it in my bones. Reishi's slowly building to that realization that like, oh no, you fundamentally misunderstood this entire narrative. Call me crazy, but I would rather be designed to be like someone like Arata than turn to be Kazuya IRL. You would rather be groomed and bred from childhood to be someone that someone else decided you are than be your own person but be a fuck up. That's what you're telling me. You would rather be literally created in the image of someone else, not yourself. You're not you. So that's the big thing. If you say you want to be like Arata, you're not you. You don't have your own identity. Someone else made your identity. That's what you're telling me. You would rather be someone else than your own person, but a fuck up. Because Kazuya is his own person. He's just a fuck up. That's the issue with Kazuya. He's just fucking up. But he's his own person. And that makes Kazuya's actions far more authentic and meaningful. Infinitely more so. Kazuya is an infinitely more interesting character than Arata. Not just because he's written well, but because he's actually genuine to himself. And I think few people see that because they fixate on Kazuya's flaws. Arata is the reverse. Arata is a character where you focus on his boons, his strengths, how awesome he is. And in turn, you miss all of his flaws. That's the brilliance of their character writing. They're reversed. Kazuya is written in a way where you will fixate on all of his flaws. You will see all of Kazuya's mistakes. You will not see all of Kazuya's strengths. You will completely miss them. And the narrative is now actively leveraging that. The narrative is now actively leveraging this idea of like, okay, you're just going to focus on Kazuya's negatives, so we're going to make Kazuya also focus on his negatives. Arata's the complete reverse. You're so focused on how amazing and perfect Arata is, how he's literally the perfect main character that you will love because he's the Giga Chad. He does all the right things. He doesn't make the sisters cry. He saves them from everything. He is the man doing everything. He is literally written for you to like him. And for those exact reasons, you miss all of his flaws because you are actively being misdirected away from them. you're not seeing how broken this character actually is, because he doesn't see it either. You are constantly being misdirected away. Every single character in that story falls under an archetype. Every single character. Banri is the sexy older sister, right? She's the mother role in the family because they don't actually have a mother in the picture. Auka is the tsundere. Auka is the supporting tsundere who talks. She says everything out loud. You know, she's the speaker of the house, if you will. Kotono is the quiet girl. She's the quiet younger sister, but she's actually more assertive than she appears. Siha is the bookworm, right? She's the smart scientist girl. She's interested in the books and all that stuff. Shion is the supporting character. So naturally, he's just actively in the supporting role. That's all he does. He's just the support. And Arata is the lead character. He's in charge. He does everything. And they follow these roles to a T. They never, ever break from these roles. Not once. And for that exact reason, they are all trapped in an illusion. Because their dad is deciding everything for them. It is literally in chapter 1. Let me pull it up. It is literally in chapter 1. On Kotono's birthday, Kotono's 14th fucking birthday, look at what the dad does. No one knows how marriage will be, not even how their kids will turn out. No one knows what kind of life you will be given. Everything in this life is set in stone. You didn't make a single choice. Arata stops the fighting because he's in charge. At least we, the children of the Shunji family, the dad walks in, are being controlled by this selfish and capricious vulture. When the dad walks in, when the dad is introduced to the fucking picture, Arata says this: fate. And then the dad proceeds to do what? I want you to know that I know nothing will change and I always will love you. I'm going to get straight to the point. The truth is that in reality, you're not blood-related siblings. This is supposed to be an important moment where they're celebrating Kotono's birthday. They're sharing an important time. He fucks the entire thing. He fucks the whole thing. Throws everybody under the bus. And just says, oh, you're not blood related. And then when they want to talk about it, they're like, bro, what the fuck? They want to talk about it. What does the dad do? Oh, everybody shut up. We're going to celebrate her birthday now. Literally, pay attention to what he does. Cough. Oh, well, yeah. He jokes. He laughs. Everyone's like, what the fuck? Hold on. What on earth are you saying, father? We're adopted? Oh, yeah, you're adopted. You know, you're not blood siblings. I'm sorry. I'm serious. I'm sorry. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough of that. After all, today is Kotono's birthday. Dinner should be like sunlight for the spirits, you know? Everybody shut the fuck up. Let's celebrate. Hey, maid, go get me some food. He literally robbed them of autonomy the moment he walked into the fucking room by telling them their entire identity is fiction. And then proceeded to tell them to shut the fuck up and celebrate this birthday party that they no longer give a shit about. Because he just upended their entire life. He makes them continue to act as if they're family when they just got told they're not family. The dad is controlling and manipulative. It is there from chapter fucking 1. Chapter fucking 1. And the one thing I hate about the anime, I really don't like this about the anime. This is one thing I don't like about the anime. The anime, when the dad gets serious, opens his eyes because the character with the closed eyes opens his eyes when he's serious. Except there is a narrative reason why the dad never opens his eyes. You never see his eyes because he is an active liar. He has never once told them the truth. He is literally actively lying to them. That's the reason you don't see his eyes. That is literally the reason you don't see his eyes. He is actively lying to them. You were never supposed to see his face because his face is a big fucking lie. So, yeah, no. If you like Arata, you're literally like, I want to be like fucking groomed and bred from childhood and not have any choice of my own. My dad decides everything. I don't get to make choices. He does. My filthy rich dad decides everything. My favorite character is Bonri. She's selfless to the core so that she can take the bullet for the family. Do you want to know why Bonri is so selfless? Because she has no autonomy over her own. The dad has literally conditioned her to be the supportive mother figure. And what does the mother do? The mother sacrifices for the family to her own behest. Bonri isn't selfless, she's completely isolated. Bonri doesn't talk to the family. Bonri, the only reason she starts talking to them is because Arata actually like intervenes. She would not have talked to them otherwise. That's the low-key brilliance of the story, is that there's this clash essentially happening where the kids are slowly starting to break out of their dad's illusion. Slowly. But they're still trapped in it for most of it. For most of the story, he's still controlling them. But there is like slowly a connection being formed where they're slowly starting to break out of these illusions the dad has set for them. But Bonri, she was literally conditioned and groomed so that she would act like this. And people don't seem to realize that that's the reason she acts like that. What the fuck is this person writing in my goddamn chat? What the fuck is this person writing in my chat? What the fuck? I'm kind of Bacon. I'm kind of understand why you muted this guy, because I'm just like, what the fuck is he writing? Like, what the fuck is this dude writing? This dude is like, I'm gonna go and like try to quote like some deep philosophical shit because I'm so smart. I'm so smart and I understand writing so well. Ooh. I'm gonna go quote some stuff and pretend like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm so smart. Bro, you can't just use contextual quotes and pretend like you know, like it fits the narrative we're talking about here. That's not how it fucking works. You can't just use some random fucking context and just be like, oh yeah, this totally makes sense. I know exactly what I'm fucking talking about, bro. Like, literally just pull shit out of fucking nowhere and pretend like you know what you're fucking talking about. It's so funny. Arata, okay, we already said that. Individualism is to try to important as a... Individualism is to try to be important as a person. You must be your own individual, otherwise you're nothing other than a slave. Yeah, kinda. Kazuya trying to become Arata in self-improvement arc. Kind of. And in trying to become Arata, he's losing himself. A huge portion of what Kazuya is going through is literally losing his identity. Like, again, I've said this a few times, a huge portion of what we're going through is the loss of identity. And Kazuya goes to, what is it? He gets his haircut. He tries to change. And also, speaking of the haircut, I think it's really important that when Kazuya goes and meets Umi, Umi is just like, hey, your hair looks great, by the way. Just this offhanded comment. It's not even a big focus. Because Umi sees people change their looks all the time. Umi literally sees people change their looks all the time. So to him, it's not a defining characteristic of Kazuya because he's not really friends with Kazuya. He's just like, yeah, he's just doing what everybody else does. So to Umi, Kazuya changing his hair isn't really a big deal. It's just like, oh, yeah, nice haircut. That's it. Cool. Right? I think that says a lot. Right? It's similar to Umi's. I think it's similar to Umi's compliment in last chapter where he first shows up. Where when he first showed up, Umi compliments Kazuya on a tuxedo, and it's this like offhanded, playful comment, which makes him feel like a friend. And Kazuya spells it out for you here, right? Kazuya spells it out for you here. The way Umi compliments and talks to Kazuya, he comes off as friendly, right? He's trying to essentially be your friend. It's basically showing Umi's like really good at communication. Like he knows how to communicate because he's in an industry where you have to know how to talk in a very particular way. It's less pragmatic and more of like an instinctual thing. And I kind of get it too. Like you kind of like when you get enough practice in something, you start kind of doing that just naturally. So that's kind of why I'm trying not to assume like Umi's just some terrible fucking person. The man Arata quite literally can save everyone but himself. He's too selfless to the point he neglects himself. Arata isn't selfless. Arata isn't selfless. He lacks a self. Arata literally does not have a self. He doesn't have an identity. Arata literally does not have an identity. He's not neglecting himself. He doesn't have a self. That's what you're misunderstanding. Say it again. If you want to shit on Kazuya Reiji and his writing, then please do it somewhere else. You're not that original. It's not about originality. It's just annoying and stupid and get the fuck out of my chat. I don't give a shit if you want to shit on the character. Just don't do it in my chat. Get the fuck out. I think your opinion is stupid and I don't care to listen to it. Get out. It's that simple. You're missing the point, bro. Reiji's writing Kazuya in the current arc to be criticized by the audience. Well, yes, Reiji is writing Kazuya in a way where you want to perceive him in a negative light. You want to criticize Kazuya at this point because of how he's being perceived to you. But that's not what Bacon is talking about. That's not what Bacon is talking about. Your response is not actually a good response. Tell Kono to be happy, continues to drop a bomb on her birthday. Right? Literally ignores Kono's fucking happiness on her goddamn birthday. Hey, Kono, all I want you to do is to be happy. Her fucking birthday? Oh, yeah, so, fuck your birthday. We're gonna talk about how you're not blood related and your entire family's a sham. The fuck? Okay, we're getting off topic here, even though both stories are related to Reiji. I would like it if we stay in the rent-a-girlfriend topic. I'd rather be like Kazuya than Arata. I know life will make me fall, but in the end, it will teach me something, even if it takes me a while to figure it out, like Kazuya. Yeah. Well, we can switch topics. There's no reason to not switch topics. You know, it's okay. There's no issues with that. So is Kazuya going to solve this desire problem? He's going to have to accept he feels this thing. But that's not going to happen naturally. So we'll see. So we saw a little bit of the play. I wouldn't be surprised if Miho, the girl from Chizuru's past play, came back and injured Chizuru if she appears, as she was thinking about doing that in the past. No, she wasn't trying to injure Chizuru. She was just trying to make her freak out. Remember what she said? She said, I'm going to change one of the lines to throw her off. But then she freaked out because Chizuru was too serious, so she backed off. So, no, Miho wouldn't injure a fellow coworker. She just wants to bother her. So, how does okay, we already did this. He talks about it when they are in a private instead of in front of Ruka. Maybe he's trying to not show he knows him or aware of him in front of others. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Umi? But no, that doesn't make sense because Umi's going to meet Kazuya at a family restaurant to talk to him. So Umi clearly doesn't have issues with knowing Kazuya. You can also remember, if you go back, that when they met in chapter like 175 through 179, Umi took a picture with Kazuya and posted it on Twitter. So that's not the issue. That's not the issue. It's not. It's he just says it offhand because it's not a big deal. I think Umi just says it offhand because to Umi, Kazuya changing his hair is not a big deal. It's nothing serious. Very curious about Umi, hopefully, with more of his character. Very intriguing. And the fact that he just compliments his tuxedo when Ruka is around and his hair when they're in private. Well, no. I feel like you're digging a little too much. Like the tuxedo compliment, remember, the tuxedo compliment has a bit of teasing in the Japanese. You know, he draws out the phrase so it comes off as teasing when he initially does it, which makes him feel more playful. He's like playfully teasing Kazuya as if he's a friend. And clearly neither Ruka nor Kazuya interpreted that like negatively. Then here, he just says it offhand like it's not a big deal, because it isn't a big deal. At least to Umi, it isn't. Whether you interpret that as shallow or not is kind of up to you. But let's see. Have I changed, or has Ruka-chan? This is interesting. Have I changed, or has Ruka-chan? Am I a different person, or am I the same person? Right? Kazuya doesn't know what's happening, and he doesn't realize that he's changing, and he's confused about it. I'm gonna turn this off 1 sec. My nose is being weird. Okay. Because of what happened, I can't stop thinking about her. Oh, it's Nakano-san. There's an order request from room 17. I'll take care of it. Sure, okay. I think Umi called Kazuya over to tell him that he's leaving, I think. Right? We'll see. It's going to take some time. It's just for now. For me to get used to it. Just for now. Right? Kazuya is telling himself, just for now, it'll go away. But it's not going to. Seriously, what is wrong with my body? Everything about her looks so attractive to me now. The guilt I feel towards Mizuhara is going to make me lose my mind. Right? He's literally having dissonance. Is Shiyunji's siblings and mommy in the same boat? I would argue Shiyunji is worse. Like, mommy is like openly being abused, but she's aware she's being abused. The Shiyunji siblings don't know because the dad presents himself as a good person. So they don't know they're being manipulated, which is arguably a little worse. At least mommy knows, and she can make a choice to leave. The siblings have no fucking clue, which makes it infinitely scarier. Yeah, so literally right here, Kazuya is having a clash with his own body, where his body's like reacting to Ruka, and it's only adding to his guilt for Chizuru. Literally, it's playing into the cheater narrative. Here it is. Did he really have to come to my workplace? Is that normal? Really? What does he want to talk about? He's famous. I'm sure he's better. He has better things to do. I think it has something to do with Mizuhara, though. I want to talk with you. Right? So Kazuya wonders, did he really have to come to my place? True. Did he really have to? Why is Umi going out of his way to do all of this stuff? Right? And it makes you wonder, did like, what's going on? What was Umi's reasoning for being here? I've got to make sure not to let my guard down. Coming in, right? He thought he was prepared. He wasn't prepared at all. Wait a sec, he's really good at singing. Okay. Here's your drink, class. What's the deal with him? Come on. The drink of defeat. He rolled max on all traits. This guy's unbelievable. Give me a break. So the moment Kazuya walks in, he already feels defeated. Just by looking at that. And because Kazuya feels defeated, you think to yourself, oh, that must have been Umi's intent. Right? Because Kazuya walked in and he's all passive and worried and scared, you think that was Umi's intent. In reality, Umi's just kind of chill after. Oh, thanks. Sorry for dropping by your workplace unannounced. You can leave it there. Right? Don't worry about it. No big deal, man. He's acting casual. It doesn't seem like Umi's actually trying to do anything. He's just being casual. Right? He's like a pro. Does he take singing lessons because he's an actor? He's basically as good as... Okay, so who did we say this person was? Let's look them up. Shiyonzu. This person is quite attractive. Oh my god, it's just Umi. Oh my god, it's just Umi. That's so funny. It's just Umi. It's literally just fucking Umi. That's so funny. That is genuinely fun. The dude is literally just Umi. Oh, this shit got me chuckling, bro. Literally just Umi. Japanese singer and songwriter, he started releasing Vocaloid music under the stage name Hachi. He debuted under his real name, releasing music with his own voice. He sold at least 4.2 million physical copies and over 7 million digital copies in Japan. Yonzo 2018 single Lemon became his biggest hit in Japan, topping the Billboard Japanese 100 hits. His 22 song Kickback is most successful single date. Wait, Kickback? Is that the... It is! It's the person who... Wait. This is the person who did the opening for Chainsaw Man. Interesting. Huh. Born in Tokushima, Yonzo found it difficult to communicate with other people, especially his father. Yonzo typically felt that his mother understood him. He was diagnosed with high-functioning autism at the age of 20. Isn't that interesting? And I thought Umi had, like, communication issues. But, like, he's also, like, good at communicating in the business. This could be something. This could be absolutely nothing. This could be nothing. This could be absolutely nothing. His first foray into music was in 2006 during the second year of junior high school. He also had Hiroshi Makajima formed a band late Rabbit Yoda while attending the school cultural festival. He also became a vocalist, songwriter, and occasional guitarist, with Nakajima becoming guitarist in late 2017. He made a website for the band, posting song lyrics and short novels. Yonzo wrote songs. Okay, Bleeze Bub or say, wow. He moved to Osaka after high school and attended a fine arts school. He uploaded songs after Vocaloid software Hatsune Miku, which became popular. Okay. Major label debut. In March 2011, Yonzu and 7 other musicians created Ballum, an independent music label for internet musicians to widen their musical opportunities. His first album, Durium, was released on May 16th, 2012. He debuted number 6 to solve and sold over 40,000 copies, became the biggest release on label of date. The album was one of the winners of blah, 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 blah. Donut Hole. In 2022, Yonzo released Kickback. It was the first opening song for the anime series Chainsaw Man, and M87, which was used as the ending theme for the Tokatsu movie Shin Ultraman. His 10-show arena tour Henshin began in September that year. Yonzo released a single, Totsuki wo Mitayata, Moongazing, as the theme song for the video game Final Fantasy 16. Oh shit, what? Oh yeah, I fucking remember that song. And released Spinning Globe as the theme song for Hayao Miyazaki's film The Boy and the Heron. Jesus. Miyazaki has requested him after hearing children singing Yonzo's song Paprika as a Ghibli-run nursery school. When Miyazaki heard the completed song, he cried. Yonzo said that the experience was the biggest honor in his life. His 2023 fantasy tour with 24 concerts began in April. What the fuck? This is interesting. I don't know how to piece this together just yet. Wait, his name was Hachi. That's the kanji for 8. Yeah, this is the kanji for, or at least I think it's how you say 8 in Japanese. Because Hachi is, I think, how you say 8. Which is interesting because Minnie has the number 8 in her name. He's in room 17. 1 plus 7 is 8. The fuck? There's a lot of pieces here that we're not piecing together, and I don't know. We're in chapter 408. We're in chapter 408, and Umi is in room 17 or 17, and if you add 1 plus 7, it equals 8. That's weird. What the fuck? Right? He could have had him in room 8, but instead he put him in room 17. Why? It's like we're not seeing things clearly. It's like something is a little off. I think whatever Umi and Kazuya talk about, it's going to surprise us. I still think so. Whatever they talk about, it's going to throw us off. Okay. He's like a pro. Does he take singing lessons because he's an actor? That is actually it. I know actors actually have to sing. Especially like big actors. Unfortunately, singing is a big thing in Japan. So most actors who like get big, they have to be able to sing. Because they make you sing. So that's why Chizuru sings too. I think oh my god. Remember when Chizuru shows up to Kazuya's workplace and mommy makes her sing? In contrast, Umi, who's here to meet Kazuya, sings on his own. No one makes him sing, he sings. But is someone technically making him sing? Because he says it's for a project, so he has to do this? Things are not adding up. Things are weird. Even when he damn it, man, even when he's singing, he's way too cool. Kazuya thinks he's really cool. Oh, thanks. You can leave it there. Sorry for dropping by your workplace unannounced. Oh, no problem. The drink of defeat. I just happened to find a song that I wanted to practice for one of my projects. Your hair looks great, by the way. Oh, thanks. I see. You're not just singing for fun, huh? A project. That sounds incredible. It's super nice that you get to learn all these songs through a karaoke job, the popular ones. When I was working in my friend's jazz cafe, I started to buy records for myself. Wow. His eyes are closed, but his smile seems genuine. Maybe this is meant to indicate he doesn't see Kazuya, because you never see Kazuya learning these songs. So I think here, rather than Umi seemingly lying, he's actually being honest, but he doesn't see Kazuya. And the reason I think Umi's kind of being honest is because he's kind of blushing. Umi doesn't really blush. Umi doesn't really blush. Like you don't see him blush very often. So there's a slight blush here. I think that blush is meant to indicate there's a bit of a truth here. His talking skills are impressive. He casually compliments the other person. Very charismatic. I can see why he's popular. All while offering personal information about himself to come off friendly. His craft is very refined. Plus, he's outclassing me with the jazz cafe. Right? Kazuya views it as outclassing. Umi was just sharing that. You think too much. His talking skills are impressive. He casually compliments the other person. It's very charismatic. I can see why he's popular. All while offering personal information about himself to come off friendly. His craft is very refined. His craft is very refined. This is like a craft for him. Kazuya views it as a craft. That's fascinating that Kazuya views it as a craft. And Umi seems more mature than Kazuya in this picture. And yet Kazuya is seemingly quite aware of Umi. I wonder if there's going to be like a sort of flip where you wonder who's more mature. I think right now you're meant to think Umi's more mature than Kazuya. But I think there's going to be like a flip where you realize maybe Kazuya is actually more mature. Still, I'm on the job. We can't talk for too long. What exactly did you want to talk about after this? Oh, well, it's just about Chizuru-chan. Kazuya turns kid-like. Oh, well, it's just about Chizuru-chan. Mizuhara. I knew it was about her. I was somewhat prepared for it, but I guess that means that they've met recently. Damn, I'm super curious, now that he told me. Besides, what could he have to say to me? Again, I think the most fascinating thing about this is that Umi's eye comes out behind his bang. It's always hidden. It's literally always hidden prior to this. Even here, you don't see Umi's eye. It's hidden. And also, I love how Reiji is so aware of fashion sensibilities in Japan, because I have seen dudes dress like this. I have seen more attractive dudes dress like this. This is a real way people dress, you know? So it's kind of cool how Reiji is very aware of fashion sensibilities. And like gives Umi this this very individualistic, expressive look that kind of sets him apart, you know, but comes off as quite casual. He's also wearing a watch. Yeah, but there's a limitation to what he's wearing. He's not wearing rings. He's not wearing any other stuff. He has a necklace and a watch, and that's kind of it. There's a limit to how Umi is dressed. I think that's fascinating. So when he talks about Chizuru, you actually see behind the bang for once. You don't usually see behind Umi's bang. That's not something that usually happens. In fact, you don't hear for most of this. But suddenly, you peek behind the curtain. You're literally peeking behind the curtain. Similar to the temptation of peeking behind Ruka's curtain, if you will, right? Temptation and curiosity, right? That's the driving force here. Mizuhara, I knew it was about her. Okay, so I already read this. Besides, what could he have to say to me? Okay. Actually, we're dating now. Would you stay away from her? He might be here to declare his victory. Again, childish response. What do you mean victory? Fuck off. I'm looking forward to it. Calm down, Mizuhara being super cute on the phone. But she said that she wouldn't have a boyfriend until July 11th. July 11th is for me. July 11th is for me. But that in of itself could be a lie. This page seems important. Kazuya being unable to differentiate fact from fiction. And what could be real. Like, he doesn't know what to trust. He can't trust his own perceptions of the world around him. He can't trust Chizuru as a byproduct of his own self-doubt. Right? And that self-doubt is being exasperated by his guilt. A huge portion of Kazuya's feelings here stem from his guilt and the fact that he thinks he's a cheater and a bad person. So that is further compounded on here. When do you get off work? Maybe about 7 o'clock. Okay, I'll wait in the restaurant around then. Yeah, so Umi's gonna meet him as this, like, family restaurant. Wait, 7? Umi's in room 17. Kazuya's gonna get off at 7. He's gonna get off at a lucky time. And we're in chapter 408. What the fuck? What the fuck? If I stay here, I'll just be a bother to you. I'll just bother you at work. All right, see you then. Yeah. Nice, respectful smile. His eyes are closed. These two images seem connected. I feel like Umi's actually being quite genuine. I feel like Umi's being actually quite genuine. Isn't 7 mommy's number? It is. It is. It is literally in her name. We've said this many times before. Nanami. Nana means 7. All right, see you then. Yeah. I'm so curious now. What in the world could he want? If we see mommy at the restaurant, it's possible. It's possible. I don't know why she would be there, but it's possible. Maybe she'll see them walking. I can't piece it together. Something is in front of my face and I cannot piece it together. And I hate it. I hate not knowing. We peek behind the curtain, and when he smiles, his eyes covered again, and his eyes closed. All right, see you then. It's like he's a mystery. And when he closes his eye, what's fascinating about Umi is that with other characters, when they close their eyes, they lie, or they're not being honest about something, or they're not looking at the picture correctly. When Umi closes his eyes, I don't get that feeling. I feel like he sees more. Like, he's clearly hiding something. There's something he's not talking about. And I think that's what's being indicated by the bangs. But then you have the eyes being closed. And the smile feels genuine. You know? It's like it's too genuine. It's like it's too genuine. And that throws you off. You know, it's like it's too genuine and that throws you off. And the reason this has me curious is because the guy Kazuya compares him to it was diagnosed autistic. And like when you're autistic, sometimes how you communicate can throw people off a little bit. And I'm curious if that's something that, like, you know, Umi maybe struggles with, where he's like trying to communicate and how he communicates can come off a certain way, and that's not his intended meaning. Because this smile feels genuine. I don't feel like he's lying to me here. But is it because he's an actor and I can't tell? Like, ambiguity is the strength of this chapter. Ambiguity and you not understanding what's going on is the strength of this chapter. Because you have real information right in front of you and you have information that's not clear and spelled out. Oh my God. First Venus, you see the fucking moon. You see the moon up here. Does it say First Venus in English? I'm curious. It does. First Venus is in English. So you see the moon, because of course you see the moon. Huh? A kiss. Yeah, their tempura deserved a chef's kiss. You know, that one place that looked like a fancy restaurant in Akasaka. Wait, that's not where Kazuya is. He's talking about a restaurant. He's talking about a restaurant. That can't be that same restaurant. Is that the same restaurant? No way. Okay. Chizuru's walking. And she's like in a big building. Like, we've never seen Chizuru, like, I know this is probably a real building. This is probably a real building. And someone's going to mention it. So one of the Japanese fans is going to talk about it. We'll probably find it out tomorrow. One of the Japanese fans is probably going to talk about it. We'll probably find it out tomorrow. Like, this is a real building. So I'm wondering what the deal is with this building. This seems different from Chizuru's usual venues. You know, Chizuru usually has like a specific like venue for what she does. This seems really different. This seems like a studio, like a full TV production studio. This seems bigger. This is much bigger than usual. Okay. Coco-chan, it's Coco. Coco-chan, your kissing scene the other day was amazing on TV. Oh, please, don't be so specific. That counts as harassment, you know? She plays it off, but she doesn't dismiss him either. Here's a kissing scene. You see her blush to the ear. You hear about a kissing scene again, and she remembers that kiss. And then badump. Jeez, I'm so stupid. Chizuru is specifically hidden in shadows here. There is a light behind her illuminating her, but she's hidden in shadow. There is more to this picture. There is a lot more to this picture. She is hidden in shadow. Like, it's clear the kiss is driving her crazy. Kiss from like 2 weeks ago, she still can't get over it. And I think it's because Chizuru is losing control of her body in a similar way as Kazuya is losing control of his body. She's wearing a watch. Yeah, so was Umi. And it is on the similar hand too. If it's her first kiss, I would be too. It's not. She's kissed him before. There's the CPR, which technically doesn't count, but she was freaking out then too. But then there's Hawaiians. She kissed him in Hawaiians twice. It's not her first kiss. I think this is meant to hide Chizuru's desire, that she feels a lot of physical desire here. And she's losing control of her body in a similar way as Kazuya is losing control of his body. She keeps thinking about him. And everything triggers it. Again, meant to be in a similar way as Ruka. I'm so stupid. I'm gonna ask Crumpy how she says I'm so stupid in Japanese. For the wordplay, I don't think there's something else than something fun you can say in the Japanese sentence. Both words are in bold. Oh yeah, Ruka got like a full volume. Ruka got a whole ass volume. Like that whole volume was purely Ruka. Okay. I found an interesting thing we can read. It's from a Japanese fan, so this works. Okay. Oh, wait, keep it here. What do you think Umi's going to tell Kazuya? I have no clue. I don't know. Umi-kun at karaoke, cover illustration, swirly t-shirt plus swimsuit. What about the person from earlier? Mizuhara related. Kimiji. Everything from start to finish. Consciousness. Guilt. Yum. Too cool. Talk. About Chizuru-chan. 7 p.m. Kiss. Fish. Kiss. Scene. Silly. Focus. Focus. Page 20. Question mark. Umi-kun remembering that day. New boyfriend t-shirt Ruka-chan. The previous one should have been more extreme, but the strings make it feel even more risque. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely for sure. Ruka-chan, Ruka-chan didn't know. She's so shallow, lol. The new faddish side of typical of smart Ruka-chan. Yeah, it's funny. She calls Umi like shallow, but she's kind of acting shallow herself. I don't know if that's what they meant to say, but that's kind of how I see it. Because she's assuming a lot of things about Umi simply because he's an attractive guy. That in itself is shallow. Better than awkwardly covering it up. Thanks to that second comment, maybe it'll be easier to talk around Chizuru than before. Things probably won't get tangled up weirdly like they used to. She just forgot, plain and simple. Kazuya is still acting like it's after the fact, lol. Looks like they will go on for a while. What kind of talk? Well, if the real topic is something else, coming to the part-time job was just a side trip and a little reconnaissance, I guess. He was singing, lol. Well, Umi's good at it, isn't he? Yonzu. Oh yeah, that's that performer. A beer of defeat. Umi casually taking the high ground, huh? Well, it's Chizuru related, isn't it? If you're really coordinating times, it makes you wonder what the hell he came here for. Chizuru sighed. Well, it's that thing where Chizuru gets self-conscious in weird places, huh? These people look super familiar. Checked, and yep, it's the same two from the Blue Heron Princess time. So the Blue Heron Princess thing connects to the stage play, I guess. Wait, two people? Oh, okay, so these two people. I wonder if this is Chizuru's manager from that time. I wonder if he's like that person who calls her. Yeah, okay. It seems like this is... Oh, these are the same people. Yeah, these are the same people. So this is connected to this play somehow. This is connected to this play somehow. And Chizuru got this play because of Umi. Okay, maybe Umi is relevant to Chizuru's play somehow. So some smartass on Reddit knows that the kiss the woman actress was talking about is the same as the drama Chizuru was watching on TV. Yeah, that we already saw that. That's not a smartass. That's just a good catch. How's that a smartass? That's just a good catch. Good for them. Good catch. We don't gotta backhand compliment them, you know. You were the best up there. The audience loved you as like you were the real Unini. Thanks, Furugi. Thanks, Wakahara. Okay, so this guy's name is Furugyu, and her name is Wakahara. You've gotten really good the past year. Tell me, do you have some secret training method? You know, you're a shoo-in for that thing. Oh, not at all. Try to be a different person in the afternoon, sort of like a daily challenge. Interesting. So those people are connected. So is this play somehow connected to... And that play was referenced too. There's a part where Kazuya references this play when he was out with Mommy in chapter 263. Let me find it. When Kazuya was out with Mommy in chapter 263, he was walking through this area and he remembered this road. I was here that time with Mizuhara. He was on this road. This was when that happened. So Reiji referenced that time. He also referenced this particular instance with Chizuru's play on her birthday, the play Chizuru had on her birthday. These plays all seem connected. There seems to be a weird connection to everything. All these plays seem connected. And I can't quite pin it down. I wonder if it's Umi. It does make you wonder if Umi is the connecting thread between these plays. Now, we all know Mommy's trying to get out of her family's shadow. What if she's at the restaurant, but not in the way we think? She's there because she's a waitress. That's her job. Mommy doesn't have a job. Mommy is not actually escaping at the moment, so Mommy doesn't have a job. So no. No, you think Mommy is changing. Mommy is not changing. She's not escaping her circumstances. You think Mommy will be there to talk? I don't know. Umi doesn't leave and hears it all. I don't know. Umi wasn't involved with Chizuru last play, I think. Yes, he knew about Chizuru's play and he wanted to congratulate her. But this particular play seems connected. And in terms of the earlier one. And the reason I say this is because these people we saw in the Princess and the Heron play, the Blue Heron play, which was something Umi got for Chizuru. That role she got in that play was because of Umi, right? A part of it was her, of course, but Umi's the one who recommended her to the director. Then these people, we saw these same exact people at Umi's party. So now we have two connecting instances, two past connections with Umi. It could be a coincidence. It could be just, these are characters, Reiji has portrayed, so naturally Chizuru interacts with them again. But it feels odd to come to connect like that, especially considering this is the same girl we saw in that TV show that was kissing and that Chizuru saw. So first, we have the play with Umi that he got Chizuru a role in, and then suddenly we have these people who are at the party to celebrate Chizuru's movie. See how Umi seems to have a connection to the Chizuru situation here? He clearly has some sort of connection to Chizuru's situation here. It doesn't seem like he's in her play, because if he was in her play, he wouldn't be here. So that doesn't make sense. Umi's not in her play. We can say that for a fact. We can say for a fact Umi is not in Chizuru's play. Because if he was, he wouldn't be meeting Kazuya right now, while Chizuru is practicing for her play. It doesn't make any sense. See what I mean? So Umi is not in her play. If this play is what we think it is, Umi's not in her play. But Chizuru is at this place. I wonder if this isn't a play, but maybe a TV show? Or a movie or something? Because this doesn't seem like the venue to practice a play. Or maybe it is. Maybe I'm just stupid as fuck. Maybe it is. I've got to stop, focus, stay focused. And Chizuru quite literally mirrors Kazuya. She can't stop focusing on this thing. Seriously, a talk about Mizuhara. What could it be? I can't help but think negatively about it. Maybe I should just go home. I don't think I want to hear what he has to say anymore. So it's getting you freaked out because you think something bad is going to happen. But what if it's positive? You know, what if it's totally positive? You know, Kazuya thinks it's like this big negative thing, but Umi hasn't indicated anything negative. Umi has not given Kazuya any negative inclination. He's fucking smiled at him. Like, he's just like, hey man, I'm not gonna get in your way, don't worry. When he calls Kazuya, he tells Kazuya it's not a big deal. Remember when he first called Kazuya? He told him it wasn't a big deal. So watch this not actually be a big deal. Watch this actually like not be a big fucking deal. You know, maybe Umi tells his side of the story and Kazuya finds out how much Chizuru likes him or something. But this is also just not going to be what we think. You know, Reiji's building up that negativity, but we don't know what's actually going on here. Ruka shows up, says, do you have plans for next weekend? What do you see? Ruka's being her usual clingy, childish self again. Right? This is more akin to normal Ruka. And it's weird. Hey, Ruka-chan, I told you not to cling on to me. What if Umi-kun sees you? Stand 2 feet back. Oh, come on, it's fine. Don't be like that. Right? Ruka is like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. And specifically because she says it's not a big deal, it might end up being a big deal. Huh? He doesn't seem to view it negatively. He's just question mark. What the hell? Reiji's connecting all the knots. The one who is drowning now is Kazuya, and Chizuru needs to rescue him this time. I feel like they need to rescue each other. I'm gonna be real. Because they're both drowning. They're literally they're both like sinking. They both gotta like save each other. Let's see. A lot of theories, but now seeing those connections, I've been thinking that maybe they could share a kissing scene or something similar to the play, and Umi wants to talk to Kazuya for Make It Move. No, because it doesn't. Umi is not in this. He would be there. Umi would be there if they were in the same play, unless he's not there for some reason. But I don't know. I don't think so. That seems like a weird theory. I don't know. Chizuru said it was a play when Minnie rushed towards her at school. Yes, Chizuru said it was a play, but we haven't seen very much, so I'm just a little confused. And when Minnie explains it to Kazuya, she says that she was confirmed or seen about the play on the internet. Actually, no, it's because Minnie doesn't even know the name of the play. Minnie doesn't even know the name of the play. She was never told the name of the play. Minnie didn't know anything. Minnie was working on conjecture. There have been numerous times there that our expectations are subverted by doing the opposite of what's set up. And what if it's not the time and there's no flipped script and it's actually not good at all? No, Reiji has actively flipped the script. Like regularly. You know? So I don't think so. Like, you didn't think the Ruka thing was gonna happen. It fucking did. You didn't think the Ruka thing was gonna happen. It fucking did. You thought it would end right then and there. It didn't. See what I mean? Fumi is involved in getting the rule she's always dreamed of. Chizuru would be embarrassed to tell Kazuya the truth. Why? She's told him before. That's not an issue. There's no reason for Chizuru to be embarrassed. You're just making shit up. He wants to accept defeat, but looking at Ruka clinging on to Kazuya, he might make Kazuya to spill the tea and take advantage of the situation. I don't think so. I don't think so. Umi is not what he appears. You're perceiving him like he's Ruka. You're perceiving Umi like he's Ruka. He's not like Ruka. He's not. I don't think so. He's not like Ruka. I don't think so. Umi is not what he appears. Umi is not what he appears. I am absolutely sure of this. He's not what we think he is. Umi could be sabotaging Kazuya, trying to get to know him better than wanting to tell him what happened with Mizuhara or something else, since we don't know anything about him. No, but like you're all thinking that Umi wants to sabotage Kazuya, but there's literal evidence to tell you otherwise. For instance, the 3-month time skip. Umi had 3 months to do whatever the fuck he wanted. Nothing happened. Why? If Umi really wanted to sabotage them, he would have been a lot more involved. He would have talked to Kazuya sooner. He had Kazuya's phone number. He could have gotten in his head. He could have done a lot of different things, and Umi never does that. Right? Umi never does any of that stuff. Why? Because he's not actually trying to sabotage them. If he was, he would have done a lot more. Case in point, Mommy. Case in point, Ruka. But he doesn't. This is why it doesn't add up. Umi has had many instances to sabotage, but he doesn't. In fact, he never actually goes after Kazuya. If anything, everything he said about Kazuya has been positive. He's always treated Kazuya positively, even in front of Chizuru. The only time that was like close to not positive was when Umi was telling her like maybe she should talk to her agency about risk management. And you would think, okay, maybe like that's when he finds out they live together. And you would think, oh, he's saying like Kazuya is a risk. In reality, maybe he's talking about the fact that like some people might assume things about her just because there's a guy coming over to her place. So in that sense, it doesn't seem too illogical. And it just doesn't add up. You know, Umi just doesn't add up. There's too many missing pieces. That's why you can't assume Umi's a bad guy. There's not enough pieces. You don't know Umi, and the story knows you don't know Umi. And Kazuya even knows he doesn't know Umi. He's just terrified of just like, okay, what the fuck is he trying to do? And Umi doesn't know that Kazuya knows that he confessed. He has no clue. He doesn't know if Chizuru told him. See what I mean? So the information is just not fully there, and Kazuya is clearly still acting like normal-ish around him, which gives him the impression like he doesn't know he confessed. See how it's like weird? Maybe Umi's going to say to Kazuya that Chizuru's going to become famous. Could be. That's totally possible. I think we're getting the same exact scene as chapter 401, page 2, but with Kazuya and Umi and someone else watching. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the cover of 401 where we're seeing Mommy from that lens, but I don't quite think so. My friend Dumb Theory said that Chizuru is thinking about the kiss because she has a kiss scene in the play, not Umi, and kissing Kazuya before the play happens. Well, no, she's just literally thinking about Kazuya. I think what Reiji's meant to keep hidden is that Chizuru feels physical desire too, but he's slowly starting to reveal to you that Chizuru also feels this physical desire for Kazuya. I agree that Umi is a mature guy, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't do anything hideous to get into good arms of Chizuru. I never said Umi was as mature as we think he is, but I'm also not saying Like, I don't agree that he's going to do something hideous because you've never seen him do something outright hideous. He did something shitty with the retweet thing. He absolutely did something shitty with the retweet thing, and they do call back to that. Okay, Umi did something shitty then. But Umi was rejected. And he still chose to do something good after. Which shows the moral complexity of his character, that Umi would do something that could be manipulative, but at the same time, he'll also do good things, which means he's not an outright bad guy. Whether he's mature or not is a whole other matter. So I just don't... It just doesn't add up. It's like you guys are fishing for Umi to be a bad guy. It feels like you guys are like fishing for Umi to be a bad guy. When in reality, he's a complex character that is capable of doing good and bad. Like, okay, like to be fair, in a play called First Venus, you're gonna have... There's no way you're not gonna have a kissing scene. It's fucking Venus. There's no way you're not gonna have a kissing scene. But it does make you wonder, you know? I think there's a chance we'll go off fuck because Minnie is at the restaurant. Why would Minnie be at the restaurant? Who will she choose in your opinion? Chizuru? This isn't about choosing. She literally said it's not about choosing. The fuck are you talking about? That's not how love works. Really? The trigger then is a display of power from Umi. The date thing was scummy. And he pretended to pay respect to Chizuru's grandma and sneak in and make a move. You literally don't know if he was actually paying respect to Chizuru's grandmother or if he was doing something else. You literally don't know. Like, you're acting like you know. The date is the only red flag. The date for the retweet was the only red flag. Everything else, not so much. Maybe he really was there just to pay respect. You don't know. You literally don't know. He also didn't do anything. He didn't touch her. He didn't try to do anything. He just took her. He just asked her calmly to come with him, and then he asked her to. He confessed to her, and then he left. That's not really a red flag. It's a little like sneaky, but it's not a red flag. And you don't know if he was making a move or anything. You have no idea. The only reason you think he was going to make a move is because he does that after. Do you remember Kazuya and Minnie were there, right? Yes. And guess what? Pay attention to what Minnie and Kazuya say. They literally start dooming. And that's where you get that idea that he was going to make a move. Because Minnie says it. Minnie gets in Kazuya's head and Minnie tells him he's going to make a move. He's going to make a move. What if he was going to make a move? And what did we see after with Minnie? A repeating pattern of Minnie constantly getting the wrong thoughts in Kazuya's head. And then Kazuya does something stupid in that he follows Chizuru again. All because Minnie gave him an excuse that he could. Because she did it. You know, I'm doing it, so you're not at fault. So no. The red flags you think you're seeing are not what you think they are. Again, the only real red flag was that retweet date thing. And even then, he backed off. Umi is a good guy. He's kind of mature. He won't do anything sneaky. Oh, no. Umi does do sneaky things. No. Umi has kindness, and he seems respectful, but he absolutely does sneaky things. Do not disassociate that from his character. He absolutely does sneaky things. He remains honest. No. No. He lies too. He's an actor. Umi lies. Umi is sneaky. That doesn't mean he's necessarily a bad person. That's why Chizuru fell for Umi and dumb. Okay, so you're stupid as fuck. Okay, you're a stupid fucking troll. So you're just gonna get fucking banned. Oh, I'm surrounded by fucking idiots. Stupid fucking trolls, dude. Randomly come into chat just to say the dumbest fucking shit. Umi's honest. He's not sneaky. He doesn't lie. He literally does all that shit. What the fuck are you on about? He lies by omission. He actively lies by omission. You literally see him be sneaky. Constantly. Umi is quite sneaky and he lies a lot too. That doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad person. God, I'm surrounded by fucking children. I'm literally surrounded by children. If Umi's a good guy, what's the point of being here? We know Reiji wants to stretch this. He would definitely traumatize us by making Umi do something nefarious. 400 fucking chapters. He's yet to do anything nefarious. What the fuck are you on about? 400 chapters. Umi didn't do anything nefarious. The fuck are you on about? And no, Reiji is not stretching this. When he adds chapters, when we do things, it makes narrative sense. It's not just dumb. It works. There's a narrative purpose to the story being longer like this. It's more engaging and more interesting. Whether you perceive it as Reiji drawing this out and wasting your time, that's your own fucking perception. He absolutely isn't, in my opinion. What's the point of him being here? Umi is a challenge of adulthood. Umi represents the adult world because he literally works in the adult industry. He works in the acting business. The acting business is the cruel, disgusting adult world. Umi on surface level seemingly represents this, right? Umi on surface level seemingly represents the disgusting adult world. On the other hand, there's also this childishness to him. Umi is the representation of the necessary conflict within the narrative. He is also, most importantly, representative of the things we do not understand. There is a lot we don't understand, and we need to start asking questions. And Umi represents that. You don't understand Umi. You don't know shit about him. Things happen with him in the background that Kazuya still doesn't know about. And he doesn't ask. And he knows he wants to ask. And that's the thing. That's part of communicating. You gotta ask. Your partner can't fucking know. Chizuru doesn't fucking know what Kazuya feels about Umi. He has to tell her. In that same way, Chizuru doesn't know the full extent of Kazuya's relationship with Ruka. At the same time, Chizuru doesn't know about, Kazuya doesn't know about how Chizuru feels about Minnie or Mommy. And Chizuru needs to ask. So Kazuya can start fucking understanding. Chizuru needs to talk to him just as he needs to talk to her. That's what these characters represent. These things that we're not talking about and we must talk about. You cannot avoid these adult conflicts. They are absolutely necessary. You need to be able to communicate and understand each other. Johan, do you want Kazuya and Chizuru together so badly? What if Reiji wants to provide a different ending? That's literally the ending of this story. Reiji has literally openly said, this is a story about Kazuya and Chizuru's love. What more do you need? He has straight up said this. Every time someone asks, they are the focus. Nobody else. Nobody else. He literally always just talks about them. Constantly. They are literally always the focus of the picture. What do you mean? Why would you think there's a different fucking ending? Literally, in his YouTube channel, there's a part where he admits they should already be dating. He literally says this in his YouTube channel, where they ask him, oh, why aren't they dating yet? He's like, they should already be dating, but they're not because there's a reason. There's a reason they're not dating yet, and you will find out. They are the canon ending. There is no other ending. And I don't know why you think otherwise, considering Chizuru is like literally actively the focus in the entire fucking story. Like, the fuck? Literally, look at seriously. Compare the amount of volume covers Chizuru has to the other female characters. Compare the volume covers, please. See how fucking many she has. Chizuru is literally the main character, and Kazuya is the protagonist. Chizuru is the main character. Kazuya is the protagonist. It is literally from a narrative perspective. Just from writing, period. Chizuru is absolutely the main character, and Kazuya is the protagonist. It is like as clear as you can fucking get. Let's see. Since Reishi said that the events that are happening now affects now and the play in the Twitter space and a callback to chapter 17, is there a possibility that Kazuya and Chizuru meet after the weekend? So remember, this is a reference to Steins Gate, and Steins Gate, the time loop lasts for 3 weeks. It's almost 3 weeks. It has been 2 weeks since the kiss. It is almost 3 weeks. So I do think there is a real possibility Kazuya and Chizuru will meet up soon. At least after the weekend, like you said, like once 3 weeks are up. After 400 chapters, to doubt that this is a story of how Kazuya and Mizuhara met as rented boyfriends and girlfriends and how they ended up together shows a complete lack of understanding of all the story. It'd be kind of impressive if Reishi just somehow does not make that work. I'd be like, okay. Like, I'll be utterly baffled. I'll be like, what the fuck? But if you genuinely think this is anything other than that, I don't know what the fuck you're on about. I literally don't know what the fuck you're on about. Venus. Let's look up what first Venus is. So we talked about the birth of Venus. First Venus. What is that? Oh. No, that's not what I meant. Yeah, there's the planet Venus, but we're definitely referring to... I guess I'll read you this one. Okay, I already have it here. The Birth of Venus, by the Italian artist Sandro Botticelli, probably executed in the mid-1400s, depicts the goddess Venus arriving at the shore after her birth, when she had emerged from the sea fully grown. The sea. She emerges from the sea. Umi's name means ocean. Okay. Although the two are not a pair, the painting is inevitably discussed with Botticelli's other very large mythological painting, the Primavera, also in the Uffizi. They are among the most famous paintings in the world and icons of the Italian Renaissance paintings of the two. The Birth is better known than the Primavera, as depicted of subjects from classical mythology on a very large scale. They were virtually unprecedented in the Western art since classical antiquity, as with the size of the prominence of the nude female figure in the Birth. It used to be thought that they were both commissioned by the same member of the Medici family, but this is now uncertain. They have been endlessly analyzed by art historians, with many themes being the emulation of the ancient painters and the context of wedding celebrations generally agreed, the influence of the Renaissance Neoplatonism somewhat controversial, and the identity of the commissions not agreed. Most art historians agree, however, that the Birth does not require complex analysis to decode its meaning, in the way that the Primavera probably does. While there are subtleties in the painting, its main meaning is straightforward, if individual treatment of the traditional scenes from the Greek mythology, and appeals to a sensory and very accessible, hence its enormous popularity. So, the birth of Venus, where Venus is born from the sea, fully grown, and it is about marriage. Hawaiians has this theme, but what is going on in Hawaiians, they're emulating. In Hawaiians, they're... Give me a little bit. In Hawaiians, they're literally emulating. They're not actually at the sea. They are at an indoor water park. It's not actually real. Reiji also referenced Finding Nemo. And Finding Nemo is literally Nemo being lost at sea and Marlin being lost at sea and Marlin learning to navigate through the sea. So to me, I think it's Kazuya maybe truly learning of Chizuru and seeing her naked, if you will, by being able to see past the ocean. By traversing the ocean, and in this case, the ocean is Umi. I think the idea is for Kazuya to stop fearing Umi and to be able to see past him. Hence the first Venus. Because literally, if you think of the first Venus, you think of the birth of Venus, right? The beginning. So this just makes a lot of sense, you know? This picture makes a whole lot of sense. In the center, the goddess Venus, newly born and fully grown this day according to tradition, stands nude in a giant scallop shell. The size of the shell is purely imaginary and is also found in classical depictions of the subject. At the end, the wind god Zephyr blows at her, with the wind shown by lines radiating from his mouth. He is in the air and carries a young female, who is also blowing but less forcefully. Both have wings. Viscera was probably correct in identifying her as Aura, personification of the lighter breeze. Their joint efforts are blowing Venus towards the shore and blowing the hair and clothes to the other figure to the right. At the right, the female figure, who may be floating slightly above the ground, holds out a rich cloak of dress to cover Venus when she reaches the shore, as she is about to do. She is one of the three hours, were the goddess of the seasons and the natural portions of time. Greek minor goddesses of the season, and there are other divisions of time and attendants of Venus. The floral decorations of her dress suggest she is the Hora of spring. Chizuru has an entire motif of spring, just saying. She stands in a contrapposta pose, similar to Venus, as she seems relaxed and joyful, and Venus has arrived. Alternative identifications for the two secondary female figures involve those also found in the Primavera. The nymph held by Zephyr may be Chloris, a flower nymph he married in some versions of her story, and a figure on land may be Flora. Flora is generally the Roman equivalent of Greek Chloris. In the Primavera, Chloris is transformed into a figure of Flora next to her, following the Ovid's Fest. But it's hard to see the such transformations is invested here. However, the roses blown among the two flying figures would be appropriate for Chloris. The subject is not strictly the birth of Venus, a title given to the painting only in the 19th century, though given as the subject by Viscera. But the next scene in her story, where she arrives on land blown by the wind, the land probably represents either Cythera or Cephirus, both Mediterranean islands regarding the Greeks of the travel. Yeah. A lot of readers think Kazuya's character development was very weak. I want to hear your thoughts. It's because Kazuya... Whoa. Be more specific, when? Be more specific, when? If you're referring from chapters 100 to like 230, hard disagree. Hard disagree. Omega hard disagree. From the movie arc, his movie arc development is amazing. Actually amazing. If you say Kazuya's character development in that arc was weak, you're a fucking liar. You didn't read that arc. That, or maybe you watched the anime. If you watch the anime after the movie arc, okay, so there's a fundamental misunderstanding of after the movie arc. One, people seem to think character development is a singular line. That's not true. The point of everything after the movie arc is it starts deconstructing Kazuya's character. And in turn, he starts falling apart. Because while he transformed in the movie arc, he had not really addressed himself. He didn't really face himself, and he was in many ways afraid of himself and afraid of that self being rejected. So naturally, and that of course connects to Ruka and the issues he had going on with Ruka, because a lot of Kazuya stems from self-guilt. So naturally, the Hawaiians arc is literally the crumbling of Kazuya's character. It is in some ways a form of regression, and regression is not necessarily a bad thing. Everyone seems to think regression in writing is a bad thing. No, a regression in writing is bad when it just kind of fucking happens and there's no reason for it. In that particular case, it is the absolute destruction of Kazuya's character. He falls apart. Everything that he is crumbles because he is absolutely rejected from his POV because he feels so powerless. So Kazuya in the Hawaiians arc, you see him slowly kind of devolve, where he slowly crumbles. Mommy literally destroys everything he had built. She crushes him. She destroys who he is, and he loses confidence in himself and what he can do, and he starts doubting everything around him. And you see the final crumble of that in the very end of Hawaiian's arc, where Kazuya just says, "I'm sorry, I wish I didn't exist." And he loses himself. He's gone. And so much of the arcs after that deals with trauma. Everything after the Hawaiians arc deals with very deep and complicated trauma. And a lot of what Kazuya does to deal with his trauma is essentially just run away from pain. And he creates masks. He starts hiding and pretending. And so much of the arc after that point is actually about Chizuru, not Kazuya. Much of the arc after Hawaiians is completely focused on Chizuru's development and change, not Kazuya. In contrast, what's happening with Kazuya at that point is that he's very hard stagnating. Like, he knows there's a problem, and he doesn't think he can face it. And so much of that arc is literally Kazuya slowly but surely getting comfortable coming out of his shell. He has walled up. He is terrified. He is traumatized. He's really, really hurt. And Chizuru knows this. So much of the arc where they're living together is her slowly helping him get out of that. However, by the time he feels like he can do something, there's barely any time left of them living together. And instead of trying to make more time, he tries to use all of that, the very little amount of time he has left to solve all of his problems. And it's physically impossible. There's no way he was going to solve all his problems in that little time that he had left. And now, after the rejection, what the story has essentially shown us is that Kazuya wasn't actually progressing as a character in that point. In fact, he hasn't addressed the real issues that he needs to confront in order to truly progress and change. And if anything, he's actually regressed in significantly more. And Mini was a huge part of that. If you go back to the beginning of the 3-month time skip, and you go and you slowly transition from that point to where we are now, Kazuya will feel like a very different character. Kazuya from the beginning of the 3 months to where he is now is not the same character. He is absolutely living in an illusionary world. Kazuya's character writing and progression and development, see, your misunderstanding of development is that it's purely positive. Development can also be negative. Development can also be regression. And Kazuya's character direction is absolutely fucking brilliant. He has changed in so many fascinating and interesting ways, and he is still interesting to read as a character, despite the fact that he's not an absolute fucking Chad. And I love that Kazuya was not written to be an absolute fucking Chad, because I am sick of that shit. Frankly, I'm sick of that shit, where the character, goes through some fucking trials here and there, and all of a sudden they're this perfect being with no fucking flaws. And then you're like, yes, now he finally deserves the girl, because he has no flaws whatsoever. And that shit just bothers me, because that's not what a relationship is. A relationship is you still have all your flaws. The difference is you talk about it. The difference between a relationship, you share and connect about all your flaws. You don't get rid of them. They don't go the fuck away. In Berserk, Guts has progression, and it's almost never positive, and he's a great character. Yeah. I think what the problem is like what people want for Kazuya is to become a Chad. That's the issue. They want him to become a Chad. And that is fundamentally missing the fucking point. Because that's not what a relationship is. If Kazuya becomes a Chad, and understand, when I say Chad, I mean the traditional definition of a Chad, where he's like this perfect dude who says all the right things, and he's perfectly always understanding of the girl and knows exactly what she's thinking and can talk to her, and he's handsome and attractive, and he gets ripped, and he has all this extra bullshit. Look, none of that is necessary in a relationship. None of that. Get that shit the fuck out of here. None of that is necessary in a relationship, okay? Rather, it's just about learning how to communicate and speak to your partner and accept your mask. Okay, I think people don't seem to understand this. Every single human being has a mask. Everybody wears masks. The difference is, people seem to think a mask is just you hiding something from someone. Like, I'm just hiding shit from you. That's why I'm wearing a mask. I'm lying to your face. That's what they think a mask is. But a mask can also be a window. You can see someone underneath the mask. Just for example, VTubers. Let's talk about VTubers. People think like literally, if you're like a shallow dipshit idiot, you would think a VTuber is just that all they are is just their avatar. That's it. That's all a VTuber is to you. It's just their fucking avatar. In reality, the real VTuber is the person talking. The voice behind everything. And that person, like their avatar is merely a window to them. You get to know them through the avatar. You get to know who they are through that avatar. It is not a lie. It's not a lie, it's a window. Right? It's not a cover, it's a window. It's not a curtain. And I think people often misunderstand that. They don't understand this idea that like a mask can be a window too, especially if you accept your mask. You accept what you're wearing, and you don't feel bad about it, which makes it easier to deal with conflicts, because you realize you're wearing a mask. You're protecting yourself, right? There's no issue with you protecting yourself, and I think that's what Kazuya's issue is right now. He's wearing a mask, and he's not being honest to himself about the fact that he's wearing a mask. Anyways. Kazuya really doesn't need to change at all. Homie needs to stay the same and just be himself. I seriously don't understand why some dudes think he needs to change. I don't want him to be a Chad. I just want him to realize that not everyone around him is a good person. Well, that's a part of Kazuya's... Do you want to know why Kazuya thinks everyone around him is a good person? Because he's a bad person. It's guilt. Do you know why he treats mommy well? He should know better. Oh, he should absolutely know better with mommy. Right? He should absolutely know better with mommy. Because he told mommy, don't do anything, please. And she tells him, I'm not going to do anything. And then she proceeds to do something. But here's the key detail. Who blames Kazuya for what happened with mommy? Nagomi. Nagomi tells Kazuya she misunderstood and it's your fault. And she bonks him on the head. And it's a funny moment, only until you pay attention later and you start realizing, oh, the reason Kazuya doesn't blame mommy is because he doesn't want to destroy any more relationships. He's afraid of losing relationships. So he will direct the blame onto himself all the time, even if it's not really fully his fault. And how did Hawaiians end? Hawaiians ended with Chizuru literally telling him, it's not fair to say it's all your fault. Kazuya proceeds to blame himself for literally fucking everything. Ruka raped him, but he thinks that's sexy. No, you're fundamentally misunderstanding that. Go back to my earlier part of the stream. There is a lot of layers to the whole Ruka situation. It's not just as simple as Ruka raped him. It is sexual assault, absolutely. However, there are layers to their relationship. One, Ruka does not understand the magnitude of what she just did. Two, Kazuya is not thinking it's sexy. He's confused. Because this is literally how victims react. Some victims will feel a sense of attraction, and they will be confused that they were just sexually assaulted. Some victims don't understand they were sexually assaulted. Some don't even ever learn. And just because Kazuya is interpreting it as sexy, you're missing key details. For instance, let me show you. There's literal details right in front of you. Listen to what Kazuya says after he thinks Ruka is attractive. It's gonna take some time for me to get used to it. This will go away. Just for now. Seriously, what's wrong with my body? My body is doing its own thing. I don't want to feel this way. My body keeps doing this. He's literally losing control of himself and his desires. Why? Kazuya has repressed his desires. Sumi loves him, but he doesn't even think of her. Has Sumi told him I love you? Has Sumi ever told Kazuya I love you? In fact, what has Sumi actually done in the story? Pay careful attention. What did Sumi do? Sumi actively reinforced her own role as a rental girlfriend. She occasionally broke out of that role and became friends, but she continued to be a rental girlfriend. She kept that distance. She never breached. In fact, Sumi's the one who stopped contacting him. Sumi never calls him and talks to him, and yet it's on Kazuya for not liking Sumi. Even though Sumi's not really putting an effort into the relationship whatsoever. But it's on Kazuya. Kazuya should pick Sumi. Kazuya should totally go pick Sumi. She's the one who really loves him. Even though Sumi's not really putting any real effort into the relationship outside of the few times that you saw her. Instead, she's off doing God knows what. But it's on Kazuya. He should pick Sumi. Yeah, that's love, sure. Love is a two-way thing. You both work on it. It's not just Sumi shows him affection sometimes and Kazuya loves her. Kazuya doesn't even know how she feels. She never told him. Sumi literally never told him. How the fuck should he know? How can he address that if she never said anything to him? And he doesn't feel that way about her. Cool. Sumi loves him. He doesn't love her. Cool. She knows that. She literally realized he doesn't love her. Like, sorry, I don't have those feelings for you. And instead of Sumi telling Kazuya about it, she just kind of puts herself to the background. And now she's not happy with this choice. His guilt is eating him up and it's making him feel like he's not worthy. Correct. Kazuya's guilt is absolutely eating away at him. Let's see. Do we finish reading the Japanese fans thing? I don't think we did. Shit, we gotta finish this. Okay. For Umi-kun, it's like he got some dirt to shake up Kazuya. It looks like the conversation will flow to accounting, but he probably won't bring it up at that moment. He'll probably bring it up casually later when they talk again. He probably has some idea about Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, but since he hasn't heard directly from Kazuya, he won't ask. something like, even though Chizuru-chan is there. He'll probably probe the situation starting with question like, who's that girl or what's your relationship? They seem to understand Umi a whole lot better than most other people. Let's see. Kazuya will try to answer without lying, but his demeanor will probably give it away. Luckily, Ruka-chan probably won't be there, so things shouldn't get too messy. I bet Ruka's gonna be there, but I totally get the feeling that she'll sneak along and eavesdrop. Lol. Depends on how long Ruka-chan's shift is. Preview title is a guy who's too popular. Well, that's Umi-kun. It's probably Umi-kun that to Kazuya after seeing him with Ruka-chan, but it's like you're the last person who should be saying that. Lol. Yeah. So Umi's invitation, he talks with Ruka-chan about the matter, but his head's all pink. As expected, the topic is Chizuru related. Chizuru is still agonizing, a painful witness at the very last moment. Will this be used to shake things up? How will they negotiate the rights with Chizuru? I'm curious. Let's push through another week. Okay, that's this user on Twitter. Bakamate. Oh, Chizuru here in Japanese, she says bakamate. That's cute. That's kind of funny. Bakamate. I'm so stupid. God, I love her. Chizuru is so dumb. I love her. My cute dum dum. I kind of like what. Okay, so this post randomly came up in my feed. I'm gonna read it for you guys. Seems like a problem with representation in art is that characters can't just be characters, but have to stand as avatars and role models of an entire group of people, so that they can't behave badly, which is just as limiting and ridiculous as turning them into tropes. Normally, I'd say this is a consequence of those groups of people not having a wider representation, so that each one has to carry the weight of the representing everyone. But I think this is a bit of an insecurity and desire for respectability and heroism. And I think that very much like he's probably referring to something like LGBTQ and stuff like that. But I think in this case, it could definitely be relevant to romance protagonist and like certain characters we want to be morally pure. And this definitely absolutely applies to that. So I just thought I'd share that really quick. What's this? Okay, what's this? Kazuya is stuck with Ruka. Chizuru is stuck with Kazuya. Yeah, kind of. They're like mentally drained. Whoa. Nintendo's stock prices or share prices have fallen 33% since the all-time high in August 2025. Investors are concerned about possible price hikes, a lack of first-party hits, and hardware holiday discounts in the US EU markets. Damn. Nintendo getting wrecked. Okay. What's there left? So we already read a little bit through. Oh, I already hit the bottom. That's so funny. I already hit the bottom. There's probably more now, but I hit the bottom earlier. That's so funny.
Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. I don't get it. Let's see. Kazuya, he wouldn't be if Chizuru knew how to communicate. My favorite series, Chizuru can't communicate. I mean, you guys act like Kazuya is very good at communicating too. You guys act like Kazuya is good at communicating. He's terrible at communicating. Like horrendous. She's missing him. I know I don't say this often. I know we don't see too often into her thoughts, but man, it's so apparent how love-struck she is. If only she could communicate this, or at the very least show Kazuya more. But to be fair, after the kiss, Kazuya should have been a bit more proactive. But again, he isn't given much verbally, so she chickens out. Minnie just needs to seal these two. No, Minnie needs to butt the fuck away. Minnie needs to butt the fuck away. Let's see. Honestly, for me, the highlight was Kazuya being straight up annoyed with Umi. That's new for him, and I think it's a good sign for him gaining some self-esteem. I didn't see Kazuya really get annoyed. He was just like, what the fuck? Finally back on track with the interesting stuff. I like how contrasting Umi and Kazuya are. Not just between reality and imagination in Kazuya's mind, but the overall attitude. Kazuya is an open book. He's nervous but doesn't care about Umi himself at all if it's not for Chizuru. Umi, on the other hand, was just rejected yet again, but seems to be needing to show off by charming and overall keeping everything hidden. Ruka being there does make things more interesting. She's obviously going to generate drama, but Kazuya seems to be already starting to think straight again. Neither Ruka nor Umi are shaking him up as much as they used to, which is a huge step for... This is a hard misinterpretation. They are both absolutely shaking him the fuck up. Sorry to tell you, like they absolutely both are. Really interested in where this is going. No, I'm the only one who finds Chizuru and Paige's team be drawn kind of weird. I mean, yeah, it's a little unsettling, but she's drawn. She has like a more mature vibe. She looks a lot more adult, and she feels like bad for feeling this way. She's like, I'm so dumb, and it's kind of cute how she thinks she's dumb. Okay, just to address the Ruka-sized elephant in the room. Yes, it's confusing. In a few short chapters, we've gone from pretty blatant sexual assault to Kazuya's inner thoughts about how attractive Ruka is. But that's not new. He's felt that way pretty much from the start. In fact, it's precisely these gray areas of relationships and attractions that make Ruka kind of assault so insidious, because it's so confusing to the victim, making them question themselves and wonder if they really wanted it or should have. I'm not thrilled about how it's being handled. I should have physically thrown her out of the apartment and cut ties immediately, I think, but is what that's not Kazuya. Like, you're acting like these two have not had a relationship for a very long time. You can't just do that. Like, you're pretending like Kazuya can just... Okay, so one thing I very adamantly despise in modern society is this idea of just outright cutting someone out of your life, depending on, like, certain circumstances. I never think that's a great idea. I think there's limits, sure. There's something like... They do something genuinely, truly heinous, sure. But he's acting like Ruka is completely aware of what she's doing, and she's like this evil person when she's not. And two, Kazuya wouldn't fucking do this. Like, he wouldn't... Kazuya would literally never fucking do this. He cares for this person. He doesn't want to hurt her. So why would he just fucking do that to her? That's horrendous. But there is one thing I do agree with, and it's the fact that, hey... You guys are constantly talking about how Kazuya feels like sexual desire for Ruka all of a sudden when he didn't before. He was literally already looking at her skirt. Later, he gets so self-conscious around her because he's aware of her boobs and her legs. And he's like, could you please back up? Because he can't handle it. Because Kazuya is not honest about his sexual desires.
So he already felt this stuff before Ruka did all that she did. The difference is, this is the key fundamental difference. He can't control it anymore. That's the difference. Here, he still had some control. He knew he felt this stuff and he could control it. Now he can't control it. That's where I think people are just completely missing this. I'm like, how do you guys not remember this? He was literally already doing this. Kazuya was literally already checking her out. He was already looking at her legs. All right, he's already looking at her boobs. Why are we pretending like this is brand new? It's not. We also got some in-story confirmation that Ruka didn't really have any idea who Umi was. It's only after being reminded about the retweet during the movie project that she connects the dots on how he might actually know who he is. In fact, she's a bit intimidated for a moment that he's a famous friend. That all changes once she realizes that the Mizuhara connection. Is she intimidated? I didn't interpret it as I don't recall interpreting any intimidation. I don't know you had so many friends, Kazuya. How do you know him? I don't see intimidation. Oh, you made plans. This moment to me, I didn't know you had so many friends, Kazuya. Her asking a question and getting an answer. This moment is a nod back to 402. In 402, there's a part where Ruka asks Kazuya a question. And it's right here. Kazuya, you've been really active lately. You're working hard to find a job and you said you're getting your license. Did something happen that I'm unaware of? It's a similar thing. There's something she doesn't know about. Umi is very similar to that. And whereas Kazuya lies back then, here he feels the need to tell her the truth. Out of guilt. Right? His guilt is too much now. Before, he could feel guilty, but he could still do it. Now he feels the need to tell her. Kazuya has to tell her the truth. I think that's a big factor in Kazuya and Ruka's relationship. They need to start being honest with each other, like completely so. Let's see. Meanwhile, Umi's just chilling with some karaoke. Kazuya brings him the drink of defeat. It's funny because we know that Kazuya shouldn't be the defeated position right now. Chizuru shut Umi down and made it very clear that she's choosing Kazuya over Umi. But Kazuya doesn't know that. So we just get more of his insecurities about Umi. Insecurities which are surely amplified by all the shit that he's been through recently. It's kind of crazy that we still can't get a good read on Umi. Is he an upright guy? Is he a total snake? Even his small talk about the jazz club was an ambiguous but skillful maneuver. Simultaneously a compliment, an offhanded comment, and maybe a subtle dig at Kazuya. I did not get a subtle dig at Kazuya at any point. I never felt that. That felt more like Kazuya's interpretation. But the biggest thing to come out of this encounter, Umi sees Ruka getting clingy with Kazuya. Given that this is the guy that Chizuru sees she's in love with, that's got to throw some unexpected mixed signals. I think it'd be really funny if this eventually turns into a reverse of the Christmas talking incident where Umi was introduced. Maybe he makes a big deal about the whole Ruka thing, brings it up to Chizuru as some kind of trump card to knock Kazuya out of the running, but it backfires when Chizuru explains that she knows all about it and is actually the one who told Kazuya to date her. We see him do plenty, but always with subtle maneuvering and built-in deniability. In fact, it's the same kind of shady, weaselly moves we see from Mommy. Oh no, Mommy's worse. Mommy's absolutely worse, okay? It's not the same. It appears similar. Mommy is definitely worse. But we had the benefit of knowing early on that Mommy was gunning for Kazuya and intent on ruining his relationship. Umi's motives and thinking aren't clear, but he's always he's always just so careful about everything that it doesn't feel right. He's not playing straight because he's clearly walking the line of deniability. And that's not something a straightforward person does. I think the whole encounter is going to be where we finally see Umi for who he really is. Okay. Pissed off at Ruka. I mean, yeah, you're not the only one. I'm glad at least one person acknowledged we don't know what the fuck Umi's thinking. Everybody in here is like, this is what Umi's thinking. This is what his plan is. Blah, 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 blah. And like, finally, someone who acknowledges we don't know what this dude's thinking. We don't. We literally don't hear his thoughts. Like, we don't know what this dude is thinking. So when everyone's like, oh my God, this is his plan. This is what he's going to do. I'm like, you literally don't know that. You literally do not fucking know that. Just make it NTO already. Fuck you. Fucking clowns, dude. Everybody's such a clown. Blushing and all that, but you never contacted him. See, and that's a fascinating question. Why doesn't Chizuru talk to him? You never... See, you say all that. You say all that. But why isn't Chizuru talking to him? You don't know. Why isn't Chizuru talking to Kazuya? Why isn't Chizuru contacting him? She said it was the play, but that doesn't add up. She's already losing a whole lot of focus. So why is Chizuru not talking to him? And you don't know. You want to be so sure she is the villain in the picture. You want to be mad at Chizuru. And yet, why is she not talking to him? You don't know. You have absolutely no clue. You have no idea. Why isn't Chizuru talking to him? They better start talking next week, and of course, well, they're not, so. Okay, streamed about 4 hours, not bad. I think Chizuru should kiss another man during the play in order to level the playing field. Otherwise, the thought of Ruka sexually assaulting Kazuya eats her up, but... What? What? What's your logic here? The fuck is your logic here? What? I'm not even going to acknowledge that. Kazuya's problem in the date arc is he misinterpreted partly because of Minnie. Mizuhara wanted to know more the real Kazuya. Kazuya wanted the perfect date for Mizuhara. And as good as it was what Mizuhara needed. Yeah, there's a whole lot of issues with the date. We'll delve into that another time. If Chizuru kisses an actor, Chizuru will suffer the same vulnerability that Kazuya suffers with Ruka. And it would be very ironic coincidence if that happens. Maybe. No. Because Kazuya and Ruka have a fucking relationship, dude. Everybody seems to want to ignore that. Kissing an actor is not the same as kissing someone you've had like a romantic relationship with. That is absolutely not the fucking same. Now, there could be chemistry. It could be weird. But that doesn't mean it's the same thing. Absolutely not. Y'all are crazy, dude. It's not the fucking same thing. Sexual assault and kissing someone in a play is not the same fucking thing. What the fuck are you on about? Why am I seeing like these absolutely dipshit takes? My God. Chizuru would understand Kazuya's precarious situation. That it's like saying, I was threatened. You don't know how I feel, so let me do the same to you. So we feel the same way. There's no logic at all. I know. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, you were hurt. I'm gonna let me get hurt so I understand how you feel. Like what? You know, I'm gonna go do the same. You know, I'm gonna hurt you some more by going to get hurt myself. Because you literally it would make him feel worse. Like the logic is idiotic because it would literally make Kazuya feel worse. Like you could interpret it that she's doing it out of spite. Like why would you do that? That would hurt my like literally Chizuru doing that in response. It feels like it's out of spite. which would make Kazuya feel even more guilty and shitty. And that's not Chizuru. That's idiotic. That's literally not her. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, is there the possibility of a kiss and a play? Sure. But that is absolutely not the same thing. Okay. I'm gonna stream for like 5 more minutes and then call it. I'm gonna try to relax and then I'm gonna edit some of this and make it into a video because people seem to not fucking understand the most basic shit in the goddamn universe. So I'm gonna edit this and make it into a video, but I need to go eat and relax and take it easy for like a little bit. Some idiots that lack the reading comprehension always make the most baseless, idiotic comments. I mean, it doesn't even seem like reading comprehension at this point. I think this is rooted in like lacking in understanding relationships in general, like not even just like romantic ones, just relationships in general. It's like the people making these responses feel young. They feel like they don't understand what they're actually saying and what that means and how that makes them feel. I think they like think they do, you know? Whether that like stems from social norms, possible misogyny, I don't fucking know. But these comments don't make any fucking sense. These sound like high schoolers or they sound like middle schoolers or something. My students in middle school have better understanding than people. Like, what the fuck? Man, I don't know, dude. Relationships and human nature, communication for navigation. I mean, yes, but please understand, there's a lot, like, we live in a digital age, and because of that, it's made relationships very difficult for people. People don't really know how to communicate anymore. It's hard as shit, especially in like work-related spaces or when you're talking to someone and gender becomes an issue. There's a lot of layers to relationships and communication that people don't really seem to understand. Like it's not easy. It's quite difficult. It's quite difficult, and I think for those exact reasons, a lot of these people probably have not experienced relationships. And if they have, they don't know how to look at it in a lens that like isn't rooted in some sort of issue where they don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. Like it's complicated. Anyways, I'm getting a little hungry. I haven't eaten anything. So I'm going to get ready to call it for now. I'll relax a little bit, play a tad bit more Expedition 33. I think I'm getting a little burned out on it, but for now I'll keep playing it. Oh yeah, on other news, I found, let me zoom in so you guys can see. I found my capture card. I found my old ass capture card. So I'll see if I can find the proper wiring for it because it's supposed to come with like a very specific wire. So I'll see if I can find the wiring for it, and then if it works, I can maybe set up my PS5 here, and we can start playing some video games. We can start playing some fucking video games, dude. I'll also on Thursday. Hey, Bulver, what time is the Resident Evil thing on Thursday? What time is the... Can I see the port again? Sure. It's this one. Oh. God, it's... I'm trying to, like, show you. I don't know how to do it. The camera, work with me, please. Sorry, it's hard to show. The camera's like not doing a good job of showing it. Can you maybe give the SAO game a shot? I'm not gonna buy anything new. Kind of hard to see. It's an Elgato HD60. Yeah, HD60. This is an old one. This is an old one. I bought this years ago, dude. Put your hand behind it. Put my hand behind it. Oh, I guess that is helping. Yeah, it's a little better looking. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Oh, wow. That is significantly better. Yeah, I should have the wire somewhere. I know one part of it is whatever this is, and then the other half of it is a USB-C. Or not a USB-C, USB something else. Like it's like a normal USB, but with the blue thing. It's a normal USB with like a blue thing. It needs like a very specific cable, and then the other one's an HDMI. Like one's an in, one's an out. I haven't used this thing in ages. I haven't used this thing in so goddamn long, so I don't really remember too much about it, you know. But yeah, I'll look into it. So yeah, Bulver. Your reaction to me showing you the Resident Evil 9 showcase was priceless, dude. That was so fucked up. I put the time it started in chat where. Oh, 2 p.m. PT. Okay, I should be off work by then. Yeah, I should be off work by then. I get off at 12. So I can or maybe I might get off at 11 actually. So if I have like 3 hours, that's perfect. Because I need some time between work and like starting to stream. I tried streaming a few times like straight from work, and it was a fucking mistake. I was so tired. What is your PS name? I'm not sharing that yet. Hell no. I'm not sharing that in fucking chat. You kidding? The way you can look for the cable. Wait, what? I'll find the cable, don't worry. I'll find the cable. Don't you worry. I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. It's somewhere in the vicinity of like all my bullshit. I have a lot of bullshit. Ugh. I haven't even organized some of the stuff. I got some new things. Let's see. Give me a sec. So I got these the Ruka stuff from the Ruka event. I got these from the Ruka event. I got 2 shirts. This is from the Ruka event shirt, and then this is the other shirt that I kind of like. This is the one where she does the cat thing. I also got this little thing. It's like one of those boards or stuff. Got this pin. It's a cute little pin. I got these keychains. So there's this keychain, this one, that one, made outfit, and this one. And then I got these. These are from the actual manga. They're acrylic stands. Ugh. It's the character or the outfit description. So I got some of that stuff. I also got. So I ordered a mug, and I thought this would be a lot bigger. This is really fucking small. Like, the one I got from Hawaiians is bigger. This is really fucking small. I was expecting this to be significantly bigger. This is really fucking small. Like, bro, the fuck? Like, how small do you think I am? Like, I'm not just pouring like fucking espresso in this. Like, this is what this feels like. It just feels like you pour some fucking espresso in this thing, and that's it. That's all you get. Just off topic, what game systems is better, PlayStation or Xbox? I mean, Xbox is kind of fucking dead. I'm sorry. Like, if you're talking modern day Xbox, Xbox is kind of fucking dead. If we're talking like 360, 360 was pretty solid. Xbox 360 was pretty solid. Everything after Xbox 360 is just kind of a fucking shit show. Like it's just absolutely fucking dead at this point. Just like you just get a PC. Like, and unfortunately, like PCs will now cost $1 billion fucking dollars because RAM costs $1 billion fucking dollars now because we got to use all our RAM for AI. Like, goddamn. Like, look, you want another reason to hate AI? You want me to give you another fucking reason to hate AI? RAM, the thing that we use in monitors, in phones, in computers, in gaming consoles, all that shit, they bought so much RAM for AI before it was even manufactured, to the point that you wanting to get like a strong like I think it's like a GPU for your computer will cost triple the fucking amount. Triple the fucking amount. So if it costs $2,000, it'll cost like $6,000 now. Like the fuck, the fuck. So all your consoles and shit, all the prices are gonna go up. All the consoles, all the video games, like everything is gonna fucking skyrocket, just because these dipshits bought all this shit for fucking AI. Fun times. Let me read some comments. I've been working a lot and haven't been able to join your streams. Do you think Kazuya downgraded? No. The thing you're misunderstanding about Kazuya's character, and I've explained this to a few people by this point, Kazuya is trapped in an illusion. Kazuya as a character is literally trapped in an illusion, and he's going through the reverse of what is called the hero's journey, where in the hero's journey, you leave home, you have a mentor, you go through challenges, you go through a period of death and rebirth where everything you understood shatters and your perspective changes, and you have a moment of like the death of your innocence where you transform and truly transition into adulthood, and then you go to finish your journey, and then you return home. That's essentially where Kazuya is. He's essentially taken the steps like verbatim, straight up, except the steps are an illusion, because what's happening with Kazuya right now, unfortunately, is that he doesn't know who he is. He's kind of lost who he is, and he's trapped in trauma. What people don't seem to realize is this has been a reoccurring issue with Kazuya since the 3 months, because Kazuya has been trapped in trauma since the 3 months, and progressively, he slowly started to lose more and more of himself, until we got to this point. People thought that when Kazuya got his new haircut, that he suddenly became a different person and he got all his shit together. In reality, what's actually been happening, and the reason you think Kazuya is downgrading, is because he's quite literally lost who he is. And there's a scene I reference with people a lot whenever they mention something like this to me. It's in chapter 399. It's literally when Kazuya gets his haircut. Kazuya goes and gets his haircut. He looks handsome, he looks beautiful in the cover page, and you get home and his room is a mess. And he looks in the mirror and he says, "Who are you?" As if he doesn't recognize himself. Just as, to you, this isn't the same character. This is a different person. He's changing. He's losing who he is. And basically, Kazuya's current journey is that he's being met with conflicts that challenge his escapism into innocence in order to truly find out who he is. He is essentially doing the coming-of-age journey in reverse. He's literally going through the coming-of-age journey in reverse, where he thought he already did it. He theoretically did all the steps, except they were all false. They were all fiction. He's literally living an illusion. So who you understand as Kazuya is not who he is at the moment. Johan, do you dislike Ruka after these chapters? I actually like her more. I actually like Ruka infinitely more as a character. Specifically because Ruka is actually starting to grow up. And I don't mean that in that, oh, she's taking adult choices and making weird things. I'm saying that she's actually starting to come, and she's starting to realize she doesn't like where she is, and she's stuck, and she's about to have that awakening moment where she's gonna realize like what she's been doing to Kazuya. we're starting to really see like the full depth of Ruka's character. And I like that. She feels more alive than she has for quite a while. This to me is this Ruka where she is right now is really transitioning into real adulthood without even realizing. She thinks she's already an adult. She says she's all grown up. She's not grown up. She's about to be. She's about to learn what it means to be an adult. And in some ways, so is Kazuya truly about to take his steps to actually being an adult. Especially now that Minnie is gone and he doesn't have his fucking crutch anymore. So I actually really like where the story is. Kazuya is not really himself anymore. Ruka is also losing herself. Everybody, why do you dislike Rudius? Because Rudius sucks. Rudius blows, dude. I'm sorry. So there are aspects of Rudius that I do enjoy. Don't get me wrong. There are aspects of Rudius I do enjoy. I do like part of Rudius's character. I do think he's somewhat interesting. What I don't like about Rudius is that he's kind of a scumbag, really. Like he does all these things, he does all these things, but a lot of it is very much self-serving. A lot of what Rudius does is very, very self-serving. And he doesn't really know what it means to have relationships and respect them. And that's what makes him interesting, but also why I don't like him. I don't like him in some aspects because he doesn't know what relationships really are and doesn't know how to appreciate them. In other aspects, that's also what makes him interesting and so endearing as a character. I hate Rudius for the same reason that I like him. That's essentially the best way I can put it. I hate Rudius for the same exact reason that I like him. Because the part of him that I hate is also the part of him that's endearing and interesting. I also just have like a weird feeling about the story in general. Like there are certain aspects of the story I don't enjoy, and that doesn't mean it's a flawed story. That doesn't mean it's a shitty story. That's just things I just don't like about it. Plus, Rudius is like into lollies, and that's a little weird. Yeah, like it's his fetish, the fact that he's like an adult in a kid's body, and like he's into what's her name is weird as fuck to me. Like when they're kids, I'm like, oh, that's not weird at all. Nope, that's not totally weird. And then what he did in the end of like the latest season, where he took a second wife, and I'm like, oh, mighty shitty of you, Rudius. Mighty shitty of you, Rudius. I get it. You're pulling a dad. You're pulling a Paul. You're pulling a Paul, Rudius, but fuck off, man. What a dick. And some people will be like, oh my god, what a Chad. He has 2 hot wives. And, I bet the series will like handle it mostly okay, but still, it's just wild to me, Ruka improving more than Kazuya? No, actually. I would say Ruka and Kazuya are about the same pace. Why do you get mad when people tell you you're overthinking? Like, kind of making sense. Mostly what happens in the story. A lot of the girls falling for a loser without any good reason. Because when people tell you you're overthinking it, they're trying to dumb down something and tell you you're a fucking idiot for trying to... No, man. Like, when people tell you it's not that deep, it is that deep. Shut the fuck up. Almost every story is that deep. And every time someone tells you it's not that deep, it is demeaning to you trying to understand a narrative. Kazuya is not a loser. They're not falling for him for no good reason. Kazuya is actually like a total fucking Chad. He does stupid things. He has some really stupid moments. And he is a character that can act like a loser at times. Sure, he's not a loser. No. You want to know why the girls like him? He's kind of empathetic. Kazuya is very, very empathetic. Like, he is so understanding of the people around him. He is so kind and respectful to the people around him, to the point that his own detriment. But all you guys focus on is the negatives. All you see is his flaws. And the story is actively using that and telling you, you don't understand these characters. You don't understand these characters because all you fixate on is their flaws. All people see are Chizuru's flaws. All people see are Mommy's flaws. All people see are Ruka's flaws. All people see are Kazuya's flaws. The one character people tend to not hate, Sumi, literally hides her flaws in plain sight. And you just don't pay attention to it. Like, oh yeah, Kazuya should like end up with Sumi. Sumi literally doesn't make a real effort in the relationship. She actively keeps herself in the position of a rental girlfriend. And the one time she actually is his friend, she never talks to him again. Sumi literally doesn't fucking talk to him. And yet people frame Sumi like this goddess descended upon Earth and she's the only good fucking character. She's literally just, like, these characters are just normal. Like, what the fuck are we on about anymore? No, this is a genuinely good story. And if you want to think I'm overthinking it, go do that somewhere else, okay? Go have fun somewhere else. I don't give a shit, okay? Whatever, man. Let's see. I find it very funny in high school. There are a lot of girls that liked guys specifically because they were sad and depressed and didn't do it because they could fix them or take advantage of them. What the fuck? I mean, yeah. I mean, in high school, we like a lot of people like the dark, brooding characters. So a lot of guys wanted to be dark and brooding because that's what they thought. That's what they thought maturity and was cool and hot. It's the same. It's the same mentality as people. It's the same mentality as dudes liking goths. It's literally the same fucking mentality. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same reason. Like dudes like goths. Some girls like the depressing emo kids. Did you read the latest chapters of Fragrant Flower? I have been so behind. Okay, this is how you know I kind of don't give a shit about Fragrant Flower. I'll just randomly fall behind on like 5 chapters or something and just not read. And then someone will remind me in chat, be like, oh yeah, I guess I should go read that. And then I go read it. I unfortunately don't really care all that much about Fragrant Flower. I've already expressed like very openly why I'm not a huge fan of that series, and it's because the characters are too perfect. The characters are literally too perfect. They're just, you know, even their flaws are so likable, for lack of a better word, that you don't even hate them when they have flaws. That's why Subaru's my favorite character in that story, because her flaws are genuine. Like, she actually does kind of do shitty things, and even then, it's still framed in a positive light, you know? But literally, like, most of the story is just, you know, everybody is an absolute sweetheart. Or there's that one shitty person. And then, you know, right now they're introducing the teachers, and they're like, you've misunderstood the teachers all along. And, you know, their feelings are valid. And I'm like, okay, I get that. That's fine. You know, just, I guess the teacher is somewhat interesting. She actually has, like, real flaws. Like, I'm not saying it's, like, poorly written. Please understand. I'm not saying it's poorly written. It is well written. There's some genuinely, like, heartfelt shit in Fragrant Flowers. But my issue is just, like, I have an issue connecting to the characters because they feel too perfect. Like, if you want to know, like, the kind of characters I like flawed characters who are human because they can do bad things and good things, and they are morally gray, and that makes them interesting. That is a real person to me, because real people, you can see the good and you can see the bad. And I think too few people want to address that. I think this is a very common issue in literature that's been going on for a very long time. It's like people prefer just safe, comfortable characters, but never really admit to enjoying like flawed, broken characters. It's the reason like shows like Breaking Bad and Succession are like so popular, and people consider them like fucking masterpieces because like their characters are absolutely flawed and goddamn broken, but that's what makes them good characters. Like Vegeta. Well, Vegeta's a little all over the place, but Vegeta is pretty good. What do you think of Marion and Gojo? Started interesting, became incredibly boring very fast. So my issue with Dress Up Darling is that the story initially started and presented itself as this, and I think a lot of manga fall into this trap. It presents itself as this like subversion of tropes. And it has some great ideas. in how it does this, where so much of the story is about acceptance and understanding each other. And I think the start of Dress Up Darling is very solid. The characters like feel genuine and there's a real connection. But as the story continues, unfortunately, it falls into this trap of just giving so many characters attention and not really like focusing on anyone's particular story, that it like traps itself in its own theme, where so much of it is just focused on accepting everyone that like by the end, when Marion and Gojo are like back to their normal selves, it's just weird. It's just off. It's just like, what the fuck happened to these characters? Right? Like, oh my God, what happened to these characters? Like, they're so weird. Like, by the end, like, I kind of stopped giving a shit because, like, I think they couldn't write the drama very well, and their characters just didn't feel like themselves anymore. And I get it, like, oh, maybe that's not the character. But, like, I've seen a story write characters in a way where they lose themselves and it's still interesting. My issue with Dress Up Darling is the characters lose themselves and it's unfathomably boring. I got really, really fucking bored reading Dress Up Darling, like, later on. I'm like, oh my God, this is like, okay, this is how you know I'm not interested in something. I'll stop reading and forget. I stopped reading Fragrant Flower and I forgot. I stopped reading Dress Up Darling and I forgot. I stopped reading Blue Box and I forgot. I do read Blue Box a little more often now. I think Blue Box is becoming a little more interesting right now. There was a point in Blue Box where it got really fucking boring. Like, I thought the story like really fucking stagnated and got kind of fucking boring as shit. Now it's becoming a little more interesting. Where Blue Box is right now is becoming a little more interesting. But there's a point where it was really fucking boring. Now it's a little more interesting. I respect your analysis, but I had that doubt. I understand why Mizuhara and Ruka fall for him, although with Ruka, I think it's a very convenient in the beginning, but I still understand why Mami does. Well, with Ruka, it is convenient. That's the point. Because Ruka falling in love with Kazuya is all circumstantial. Everything she does with Kazuya is an amalgamation of multiple different things. She perceives him to be her prince. He's not. Ruka, literally the whole point of Ruka's thing is that she misattributes her heart beating around Kazuya as her loving him. Now, eventually, Ruka does fall in love with him, but how it started is literally Ruka tricking herself into thinking she's in love with him. I'm not kidding you. She's literally tricking herself into thinking she's in love with him. Look back to those scenes very carefully. Ruka's followed by Kazuya. Ruka falls off the bridge, and Kazuya catches her, and he gets hurt in her stead. Ruka freaks out and backs off, and then Kazuya tells her, like, please don't say anything about Chizuru and all that. And then she says she's a rental girlfriend, checks her heart rate, and it's really high. She thinks it's because of Kazuya. She literally just fell off a bridge. It's the suspended bridge effect. What she experienced is literally the suspended bridge effect. She fell off a bridge and her heart beat like crazy. And then Kazuya said what he said after. Of course you're going to get a reaction. And then afterwards, just to double check to make sure it wasn't a fluke, she goes to school to try and check it. And she takes Kazuya to a room in secret and she's like, hug me. And then Curry is following them. So they go and hide. So she hides behind a thing while she's between Kazuya's legs. And he's bigger than her. She makes him hold him, not realizing her heart might be beating because she's hiding with a guy she doesn't know, while another guy she does know is trying to find them. And she doesn't realize how that might make her heart rate rise, and it's not just simply Kazuya. Ruka literally misattributes it. Why does Mami love Kazuya? Mami's love for Kazuya is layered. Mami actually caught feelings for Kazuya because Kazuya is empathetic and understanding, but Kazuya felt like he was acting to her. So it made her feel weird. She didn't like that because everybody is acting. She thinks everybody's acting and pretending. And so she breaks up with him because, maybe a part of it is that we don't really know the reason why mommy broke up with him. She breaks up with him because a part of it maybe is that she can't actually date him, because of her family circumstances. Maybe she broke up with him because it was getting too real, right? She got scared. It was getting too real. And mommy always had feelings for him because they were dating. But she bottled those feelings down and they came out in forms of envy. Her feelings came out in envy. And a part of the reason mommy is so attracted to Kazuya is because Kazuya in some ways represents mommy's freedom. Mommy wants new experiences. Mommy essentially wants to live. And when she's with Kazuya, she essentially gets to have these experiences. And so she actively chases him like he's a drug. That's kind of what Kazuya becomes to mommy. He's like a drug. He's an obsession. He's something she can't really let go. And so mommy has this conflation between the actual romantic feelings she has for him and this obsession that she feels for him. Every character is layered. Every single character is layered and has multiple layers to why they do what they do. It's not simply they like him. Ruka is not simply I like Kazuya. There's more to her. There's infinitely more to her. Ruka is a very fascinating character because you understand a lot of her choices from her family. And people think her family is not related to her choices at all. They think it's just a fucking heart condition. No. There's a lot of... Ruka's entire thing is not about the heart condition. Ruka's entire thing is trying to have something she believes she lacks. Her theme song in the anime is literally, she is the me I want to be. It reflects her jealousy of Chizuru. You literally see that right here. She's acting like Chizuru. Ruka right now is acting more like Chizuru than she is Ruka. Right? This here is kind of Ruka, but this is pretty Chizuru of her. Ruka is literally emulating Chizuru. She's not her real self. Most romances of today, and honestly the past few years, are so safe to the point that it's boring. There are some genuinely good romances. I just think like a lot of them are like not mainstream. That's kind of the issue. Most of them are just not mainstream. And then like when you say like a lot of the mainstream ones suck, what'll happen is some idiot will be like, here's this not mainstream one that doesn't suck to prove that they don't all suck. And I'm like, we're talking about mainstream. There's a lot of mainstream anime these days, especially those shonen ones that are adapted, all fall into this trap of like, ooh, cute girl. And she blushes and the man is handsome and she likes the guy and all that. Reishi quite literally subverts that, where he has Kazuya blushing and reacting a lot to the female characters, and the female characters most of the time like have more monotone faces. They do blush and react, of course, but a lot of times they have more monotone faces. So when they do blush and react, it hits harder. And that's stuff like that. That's like fascinating to me, where it's like a lot of romance manga and anime these days, like they do have interesting characters, but then they go, ooh, cute girl, like super immediately. And it's just, oh, this is weird. And they make the female characters like incredibly passive. And that adds to that. Like so many of the female characters are like so passive in these stories that like sometimes like something like that's kind of why I like something like Nagatoro. Like Nagatoro is kind of a character. Nagatoro is like the female characters are actually kind of characters in that story. It's kind of cool. I think that's why stuff like what is it? Kaguya-sama is held in such high regard, because the characters don't feel like one-dimensional, and the female characters feel like they have layers and they have all these things going on. But to me, like, I've just never clicked with Kaguya. Like, I felt like the characters had layers, but at the same time, they felt kind of flat too. And I get it, that's a bit paradoxical, but that's kind of like how I felt about Kaguya. Like, they both have layers and they're kind of flat too. It's weird. Okay, so here's it. 2.5 Dimensional Seduction did a much better job across the board compared to My Dress Up Darling. Well, Dress Up Darling is literally just about... It's mostly cosplay. It's clear they want to write a cosplay manga, but they also want to do romance, so it's like, oh, okay, whatever. And I think cosplay ended up becoming more of the focus later on, and it didn't, like, mesh well with the romance element. Sumi likes Kazuya because he's nice, and Minnie is still in the closet on her love for Kazuya, although it's painfully obvious. Ruka practically forces herself into the relationship with Kazuya. Kazuya does inevitably agree because he feels bad, but Ruka does do the thing where she literally cries until he fucking dates her. It's like a kid. I hope Kazuya and Umi become boys and help each other out. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I would be quite interested in Umi not being a shithead. He is sneaky, but it would be cool if Umi is not a shithead. I would like that. I would like that subversion a lot if Umi is not a shithead. And like Kazuya helps him. And they help each other somehow. Yeah, the mainstream is safe, and yet the interesting ones are not. Yeah, like, unfortunately, like, there's some really good fucking romance manga and anime. Genuinely good, solid. Like, I've talked about it. Fucking, what's it called? How Do We Relationship? One of my favorite fucking mangas. Holy shit. Such complex and messy characters. I want to buy that shit. I want to buy all of that, but unfortunately I can't spend right now, so I'm content reading it online. But literally, How Do We Relationship? Good ass fucking manga. Go read that shit. Meizou no Goku. Good ass fucking manga. Literally influenced all modern manga, but none of them seem to understand what made it good. There are genuinely fantastic manga. It's just like, unfortunately, a lot of them just, don't get the attention I think they need. Do you think Marin is too flawless? Marin, okay, you're going to hate me for this. Marin at times feels like less of a character and more of a tool. And I get it. Characters are kind of a tool to, like a lot of people love to say characters are just a tool to tell a story, but not necessarily. And unfortunately, I think Marin at times just doesn't feel like a character and more like a plot device. Like, she wants things and she desires things and she feels like a character at times, but then other times I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, Marin just feels like a really weird character. Like, at times she doesn't even feel like a character. Like, Gojo is the character. Gojo is the real character. Marin doesn't feel like a character at times. She literally just feels like a caricature. She feels like the idea of a character, not really a character. Johan, is there a romance manga you like where characters and relationships aren't messy, complex, and more simple? You can try. This one is kind of that. You can try. What's it called? Fuck. I'm trying to remember the name. I can't remember the name. It's called. I forgot its name. Did you watch Lovely Complex? A long time ago. I really liked it. Yes, I've seen Lovely Complex. It's great. I saw it a long time ago. Oh, fuck. What's it called? I'm trying to remember one where it's like more it's simpler, but it has a little bit of it. It has a little bit of messiness, but I'm just like, what the fuck is its name? It's like it's the one with the deaf girl. It's the one with the deaf girl. I forgot her name. I forgot the name of it. A Sign of Affection. A Sign of Affection. That's what it is. You'll like A Sign of Affection. If that's kind of what you're looking for, you'll like A Sign of Affection, where it's like, it still feel good. It still feel good. Sign of Affection still feels good. But it has some messiness, just a tad, just a wee little bit. It has a little bit of messiness, but it still feels good. It's pretty solid. We all agree Minnie is in love with Kazuya too, right? No doubt about it. No, not quite. So what I think is going on with Minnie, and I've said this before, Minnie is in love with Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru. And she's experiencing that for herself. She's not actually in love with Kazuya. She's in love with the idea of him, which is arguably much worse. It's Minnie is in love with like she's falling in love instead of Chizuru, essentially. And that's the problem. She's literally interacting with him in ways she really kind of fucking shouldn't. And she's catching feelings in pretending to in the pretend relationship, right? Minnie is catching feelings, but those feelings are fake. That's the problem. Minnie's feelings for Kazuya are love, but it's built on fiction. She's not really actually in love with him because she's molding him into the thing she wants. Minnie is making Kazuya into the thing she wants, and she's catching feelings for that. And that's a problem. Because she's catching feelings for things she should not be catching feelings for. I figured you like when characters are more real and messy, so I was curious. Like, you can have wholesome shit, but yeah, I know. Let's see. Not a romance, but what are your thoughts on Freerin? Pretty great. I like Freerin. Freerin's pretty solid. I think one of the scenes I still vividly remember is like when they're in the fucking labyrinth, when they're doing like that test, and they're in that fucking labyrinth, and they enter like literally the fucking boss room, and Freerin's shadow appears, and I'm like, bro, this is fucking Dark Souls. It felt so inspired by Dark Souls. Like literally, the fucking shadow appears. It's just like this insane fucking boss. Freerin has some really cool shit. I like Freerin. I had some cool shit. People always argue about the demon thing, and I'm like, I get both arguments. I get both arguments. Like, yeah, the demon thing is a little weird. Like, it doesn't fully add up, but I also kind of get it. It's just kind of a weird thing. Minnie is like the manager and Smoking Behind the Supermarket. She likes the romance. I've actually yet to read Smoking Behind the Supermarket, but no. The thing with Minnie is that she lies about it. Minnie doesn't she like think of Minnie like the audience. Minnie literally represents the audience. It's like she likes reading the manga, right? Minnie likes reading the manga. That's pretty much Minnie. She likes interacting with the romance, but she's too afraid to get her own. The manager in Smoking Behind the Supermarket didn't. Am I mixing up my characters? Is that the girl who like actually gets into a relationship? I have not read it, so I don't know. But literally, like, Minnie is too afraid to get her own romance. She likes just reading it and interacting with it. It's safer that way. Insomniacs After School, another is a really good one. I watched that one. I both found it interesting and kind of weird, and got bored and ended up dropping it. I both found it really interesting and then also just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I'm avoiding Blue Box because I hate meaningless love triangles, but I will watch it soon. It's not meaningless love triangles. Blue Box has some solid shit. Please understand. Blue Box has some solid shit. But at the same time, it also falls into like similar traps of characters being really safe and, not being crazy and cool and all that stuff. Not being messy and just, I don't know. It's just sometimes it just feels like whatever. There are some interesting stuff. I liked some of the stuff with Hina recently. Some of the stuff with Hina recently was genuinely kind of good. Like, I get it. People were like mad at her and she's like, she's such a horrible person. I'm like, you literally understand where Hina is coming from because of her dad's backstory. She's literally like her dad. She doesn't know how to manage her relationships. And she doesn't know how to create those boundaries, just as her dad struggled with pursuing his career and pursuing and being a good father. And so just as her dad struggled, she too struggles with her relationship with the main character. So yeah. What about Apothecary Diaries? Yet to watch it or read it. I don't like season 2. Supposedly has only 10 episodes. I don't know what you're referring to. Watched it after Call of the Night. Call of the Night was okay. It ended just kind of The ending was just kind of whatever. Let's see. Leon Bartfort? The fuck? Who is this guy? I have no clue who this is. I'm sorry. He looks like a generic anime protagonist. I'm sorry to tell. He looks like a generic anime protagonist. Or sorry, generic isekai protagonist. Yeah, generic isekai protagonist. Your thoughts on Hina from Blue Box going forward? I like the position she is being placed in. She's learning the hard way how to have what she wants, but also be like, what is it? Like, learn what it means to be an adult, which is not to have everything that you want. It's cool that I like that she didn't just end up with that other guy. I like that she didn't just end up with that other guy. I like that her feelings are very real to her and it doesn't just get demeaned to, oh, she's going to just date this other guy. I hate when characters just move on like that. And I love that Hina couldn't just move on. These feelings for her came back. It's like this desire that she buried deep down, but it was always there and she really just needed to address it. And I like that it came out. I like that they're talking, and it feels like they're going into a really interesting direction. You know, I think it's going in a very interesting direction. So I'm curious where that direction goes. I do think like the other characters feel a little flat, you know. But I do like Hina, and I like the guy with the glasses. I forgot his name. He's like he's his best friend. I'm not looking for simplicity, but was curious, is there any Johan loves that simple because he figures he loves it messy? I mean, I think some of the best stories, even when they're simple, there's a messiness to them that you're not aware of. Case in point, Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is a story that people always love to say is like messy, complicated, has too much fucking going on. But even in the character writing, where at times it appears really simple, it's actually quite layered and messy. Like Sora isn't just a happy-go-lucky kid. Like everybody thinks Sora is just this happy-go-lucky kid. He literally, it's a coping mechanism. And the story actually makes an entire fucking game around that. How Sora's smiling and being nice and all that stuff, a huge part of it is like, it's a mask, but it's also the real him. Where there's a game called Rechain of Memories. And in that game, literally Sora's memories are getting taken apart and rearranged, and literally like a chain getting rearranged. And he loses that part of himself that smiles through everything. And you see Sora for a minute where he's really, really angry. Like he is lashing out, he's yelling at everybody, he is mad, and it's so interesting. Like that, literally, Kingdom Hearts has genuinely fantastic character writing. It does stumble, like Kingdom Hearts 3 is like a really messy fucking game, which kind of blows. Like it's clear they had a lot of issues in development, but a lot of the character writing in Kingdom Hearts is actually really impressive, while a lot of people who would interact with it nowadays would say it's like simple and stupid, or overly complicated and has too much going on, when in reality it's actually quite like straightforward and you can figure it out like kind of from the start. Like Kingdom Hearts genuinely has some of the best written characters I've seen in a very long time, like on par with some of the ones that people will tout as the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread. I don't know. There's that one that I like that Fate hates, Higehiro. Ugh. Ugh. If you guys don't know which one that is, that's the one where this dude adopts a high school girl. And it's like, ooh, and she lives with him, and it does a bunch of weird shit. Like she's like, oh, this girl's like been sleeping around and like doing all these things, and then this guy comes back, and it's like, oh, what if it's NTR? And it's like, it just does so much. Like it's like trying to talk about a serious subject matter, but makes it really fucking gross. You know, it's trying to discuss this subject, this adult, complicated subject matter, and it feels like it has no idea how to do it and just ends up romanticizing it, and it feels gross to read, genuinely gross to fucking read. I did not like that series. Like when I initially watched it, I liked it. And then I'm like, I grew up a little bit, I got a little older, I'm like, oh no, this is fucking weird. I love how 5 minutes turned into 40. It happens. I'm reading My Bias is on the Last Train right now, and manhwa, and it's simple and enjoyable for now. Like here's a simple manhwa. I liked Solo Leveling. When I was reading Solo Leveling, I liked it. I still liked watching the anime. It's just fun, stupid fun. Domestic Girlfriend is really messy. Yet to read it, can't fully comment. I always hear shit from Gigok about it. Like the dude never shuts the fuck up about it. I've heard a lot of things. I watched a little bit of the anime, and I was like, oh, this is weird as fuck. But it was kind of like spicy and interesting. And now I kind of want to read it in earnest to be like, okay, was I just stupid and into the weird horny shit? Or is there actually good writing here? I would like to know. You know, at some point I will read it. Still has to read Solo Leveling Ragnarok. Excuse me? What the fuck is that? Is that a sequel? Is that a fucking sequel? They made a fucking sequel? I kind of don't want to. Do you know Yakuza Fiancé? It is pretty messy. I've heard of Yakuza Fiancé. I like the character designs, but I'm not too crazy about it. Mysterious Girlfriend X is really fucking weird. That sounds like a name from like a fate servant. Like you fucking summoned a fate servant in Fate Go, and then, you know, Mysterious Heroine X. Mysterious Girlfriend X. Oh, I know this one. I know this one. Oh, this one's weird. Oh, this one's weird. It's like that weird saliva shit. Ooh. I'll pass, thanks. Okay. This got a lot longer than intended. This got significantly longer than intended. I'm gonna call it here, fellas. Let me check if there's anything on Switch. 2 weeks ago, I was looking for tweets to see if anyone thought the scene where Kazuya carries Chizuru was good. Only found one thread, and it turned out to be yours. I realized that after visiting your profile a minute ago. Oh, bro. Oh, man. You know, it hurts. It hurts to feel like you're one of the only people who love this series. But there's a lot of people who like the series, just not on Twitter. Twitter's a shit show. Most people who like the series on Twitter are Japanese fans. Most of them are Japanese fans. Western fans are really weird when it comes to this series. Okay. I still think Umi might plot something, but I don't know, nor do I wish to understand. All I want to do is just see where the story is going. Mommy to me is like she's like an angel, but hides what she does and something shows it. What about Uzaki-chan? I mean, the manga is still going. Uzaki-chan just feels like fluff. It doesn't really. It's just fluff. I read it. Understand? I read Uzaki-chan. I caught up to when they started dating or some shit, and like got horny or something. I don't remember the rest. It just feels like fluff. I'm gonna be real. It's not really much of a relationship, much of a romance story. It's just, here you go. We're going through all the steps one by one. Oh, look, everybody's quirky and funny. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, look, I'm going to draw sex like really intimately, and like it's just pretty much a fucking hentai. It's just kind of whatever. Like, Uzaki-chan's just kind of, like, I forgot about it. Like, again, that's how you know. When I forget about it and I stop giving a shit, that's how you know. Like, I finished Nagatoro, and I did not keep reading Uzaki-chan. I like Nagatoro more. Like, just to highlight that to you. Like, I actually finished that story. Okay. I think that's everything. Change Soldier, Nagatoro needs a sequel. Probably not. It's probably not getting one, I mean. Shut Up Evil Dragon. I don't want to raise a child with you anymore. I'm reading that at the moment, and I find it very interesting. That's, oh my god, I fucking love the name. I fucking love the name. It's so stupid. The name is so fucking stupid. I love it. They screwed up the NA lab, removed the internal player, so you have to use extensions now. Nagatoro needs a third season. Not gonna talk about the third season, fourth season, what fucking ever. We're just gonna call it for now. I'm gonna go eat something, and then I gotta edit this down and make a video out of it. So take care, fellas. Have a good day. See you later. And remember, let's mosey.